Can I have your attention, please? We'll be starting up shortly. Good evening and welcome to the Lowell Planning Board for July 18th. We do have 4 public hearings scheduled for this evening. First matter on the agenda is the minutes of approval for January 21st, 2016. What's the wish of the board on that matter?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of January 22nd, 2016 as submitted, or I should say January 21st, 2016.
Okay. Motion's made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes yes. The motion carries. Those matters have been approved. First matter on the agenda, we have 39 Trotting Park Road, a special permit, which is continued from June 6, 2016, was for public hearing to hear all interested persons relative to an application by Lisa Robinson for a special permit, approval to construct a new single-family home under Section 5.2.9 of the zoning code. We received a letter from the applicant requesting that we continue this matter till I believe was the August 15th meeting to work out some of the concerns that were raised at the last planning board meeting. What's the request for the board members for request for the continuance?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we continue the item to August 15th as requested by the applicant.
Okay. Motion's made.
Also, Mr. Chairman, I would just note for the minutes that they've also waived the time requirement in order for the board to make a decision.
Have they signed that, Judy, or will they sign it? Okay. Okay.
With that, I'll second the motion, Mr. Chairman.
With that amendment, we second. Okay, anybody here who's here for Trotting Park Road, that matter is going to be continued to August 15th, 2016. I'm sorry? I can't hear you, sir. Can you come to the microphone, please? 'Cause I can't hear what you're saying.
I'm Dick Carville, 55 Trotting Park Road. I just want to hear the comments that Mr. Fischett made. He just made some comments to you, but I couldn't hear them.
What he said was they request to be continued. The question is, when they continue the matter, they're supposed to file a form with us indicating that if the time period expands out more than 90 days, they will waive that period, because if we don't act within 90 days, the matter is deemed accepted. He asked if that has been signed, and we've received information from planning staff that it has been signed, so we will allow the continuance.
I'm sorry, but if I could ask you for a clarification, if something's not done in 90 days, it's considered accepted?
Correct.
What's considered accepted?
The site plan.
They get their permit.
What happens is, we have to act within 90 days. If they want a continuance out further than 90 days, they have to request it in writing and waive the time period, or we can deny the request. They sent in writing the request for the continuance. They also signed that they agree to have the project be continued out for more than 90 days and therefore not to be barred for the time for us to accept it. So under those conditions, under that condition, Mr. Fischett said that since they signed that waiver, then he would second the motion. If they didn't sign that waiver, he was not inclined to second the motion.
So if they don't do anything for 90 days, it's automatically accepted?
Correct.
If we don't issue a decision in 90 days after they file, it's accepted and they get their permit.
Without another hearing?
Correct.
Right. And so if they want to continue further than 90 days, we're not just going to sit back and let it automatically get approved and get their permits without our acting on it. We make them waive that 90-day requirement so that they won't get that automatic exception just by us continuing it.
Okay.
Okay?
So we will have an opportunity because we have some serious
Yep.
Yeah.
objections and some real issues to bring up around
We
this.
had people who were here last time, they had some concerns. We made all the notes on those, so it's still an open hearing.
Well, we have more.
I'm getting to that.
Okay.
So everybody who spoke before, when we come back, it's like a trial. We don't put the same people on the stand again and ask them the same questions. We continue it, and more people can speak, and then I go back and say, whoever hasn't spoke yet, please speak first. And anybody who has spoken, if there's anything new you want to add. And then we hear from all people who are present before we make a decision. Right. They were supposed to get some information submitted to us. We haven't received that as of yet, so I don't know if it's forthcoming. So hopefully we'll have it by the next meeting.
Okay, and the date was August 6th, was it?
August 15th.
15th?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so that matter's been continued. Next matter is 1859 Middlesex Street, site plan review. The Lowell Planning Board will hold a public hearing to hear all interested persons relative to an application by Commonwealth LLC CW to amend the previous approved site plan, expanding the grades from 2K to 8, amend the cap on the number of students from 540 to 755. The applicant also seeks to amend other conditions related to traffic and sidewalk improvements. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Rayford Pellegrino on behalf of Commonwealth LLC. Mr. Chairman, just by way of clarification, I think you errantly said 1859, it's 1857, just so the record's Middlesex Street, correct. With respect to the request, the request is to increase. Sure. Is that better? Is it? I mean, with respect to the request, it's to increase the grades from K to 8 and to increase the students to 843 students, not 755. There was a amendment to the application that was submitted to the planning department and approved, and I believe that should be the formal request.
I'm just reading what was submitted to me by staff, so. I
Yes,
don't-
Mr. Chairman, on the agenda, it is incorrect, 7:55. However, it was advertised for the 8:43, as noted by the applicant.
Anything else?
No, not with respect to that.
Have you submitted a new site plan for this site plan supplement?
The site plan, everything has been submitted that's required. The site plan's the same site plan as last time. There's been an updated one which has been done, and I was about to run through those with you, and I can.
Oh, so, wait a minute. So dating back to the original site plan?
It's actually the subsequent site plan. I have my site plan engineer here who can address those issues with respect to the site plans, but we complied with the requirements with the planning department, and I guess I would rely upon Ms. Timon with respect to the site plan we're talking about. In other words, we're not changing anything on the site plan. We're not proposing to change anything from what you last approved. All we're asking for is the increase of the students and the grades. There were some conditions that were specifically relevant to that, and we've addressed those with various traffic studies and things of that nature, which I can get into in a moment, but we didn't do a new site plan, if you will. There's been updates to it.
Why didn't you give us a new site plan? We have
Well-
board members who weren't here 3 years ago, so to ask them to act on a site plan that they never saw, can I finish? And our requirements require that you do submit a new set of plans when you come before us. So we as board members have not seen any site plans.
Well, perhaps, and I apologize, perhaps I'm misunderstanding it. We're not changing the same site plan that's already on record. So I can go through that with you in detail. We're not changing anything.
Have you done anything on site in the last 3 years?
We've done nothing no.
Construction?
We were before you,
I recall.
okay.
But so the site plan, you want more students, there's gonna be more parking, but you're not giving us any new plans.
We're not changing anything, correct?
So
It's the same construction plans, same plans we went through in detail. There's nothing being changed to the site, other than, if I can just
Yeah, go
digress
ahead,
for a
I'm
moment.
listening.
There was a request for us to come back before we could increase, to have a traffic study completed, and if you recall, last time we didn't have enough time based upon when we thought we were going to occupy. We've now completed that traffic study, we've submitted that, we've gone through with planning, and I could address that separate. With respect to the site itself, all we've done is got approvals for everything that was on the site plan approved by this board. We're not asking for any deviation whatsoever.
But you are asking for more students, right?
Those are the only request.
Correct. And we approved it before. The
Right.
agreement was, after so many years, you do a new traffic count, you come back to us with the new numbers, and then we would consider expanding it up to the upper grades, correct?
Correct.
So that hasn't happened.
No, that did happen. We've done,
So you've already opened up K through 5?
no, we didn't open up K through 5, we got the traffic study.
No. The motion that was made, when you
Yep.
weren't here last time, after we were here for 5 meetings till 12 o'clock most of the time, we put several conditions on. And the condition was, once K through 5 is open,
Yes,
you're gonna do a traffic study,
yes,
you're gonna submit it to staff,
right,
you're gonna show us all the updates on the new traffic things before you
Yes.
propose to put any more students in.
correct.
Correct. So now we have no site plan, and you want us to approve an additional one without the criteria that we set before.
Well, maybe I'm not understanding your question, but you have a site plan. We're
No, I
not-
don't. No, I don't.
Well, if I can,
Well, I'm not going to read it now. All these people show up.
no, the site plan is the site plan that's already been submitted.
Who submitted 3 years ago, sir?
No, we submitted an updated one if you,
Sure.
Last time-
I'd be happy to see it.
well,
Can you show it to me? Any of the board members have this updated site
Yes,
plan?
Mr. Chairman. They were handed
Tonight?
tonight.
Yeah.
When we came
So
over.
I'm going to stop everybody here and meet these. Okay. And these are dated in January.
That does seem to be the last date, Mr.
All right, I just
Chairman.
want to make sure I understand, because, okay? So, all right, go ahead. So you want us to approve something without skipping this new set of plans, all right? Okay, go ahead, we'll hear you.
okay, Mr. Chairman, if I can just address that issue first, and perhaps I can call upon the city planner, because I went through with the city planner, what the requirements are for submission. We have a site plan, which I understood that was, I don't customarily distribute them to the board. That's an internal function. So it's the site plan is the one that you've looked at before. You have a copy in front of you again. I wouldn't be submitting a new one for the same site plan. I mean, perhaps I'm missing something.
Me too, because the only thing that was handed to me now, which I had no benefit to see, when I went out to look at the site and review the sites like we do, is dated back January of 2016.
That's correct. That's what I'm saying. There's no change to it.
Well, I haven't seen it, so, all right. So, first I've seen it was 6/32. So go ahead.
Okay. Well,
And I mean, even the comments that we get from other staff departments say they need updated, the fire department says the same thing I just requested. They need a new set of plans to make
No, no,
comments, because some of the conditions have not been met, and they're still looking for certain things, and they need a new set of plans to give a final approval.
the fire department plans have been met, and I can address that. So
I'm just saying what the fire department indicated and gave to us today in writing.
I know, we addressed that with the fire department. Apparently, they were, I don't want to speak to what they were looking at, but we showed them the right plans to look at, and we've addressed that, and we can speak to that in a moment, and I believe your city planner can speak to that as well. But perhaps the easiest way to go through it is if I can just refresh the board's recollection as to the last time we were here. If I may.
Yeah, you wanted us to let you put the elevator in. Right? Which we did. You wanted us to let you put the elevator in, and we allowed that.
No, not the elevator, to increase from 2 stories and
Yeah, for the elevator.
everybody could see this. So we had, this is the building that
But,
was.
wait a minute, wasn't the reason why you wanted us to put your second building on is for the elevator, right?
That was one of the reasons was because we'd have to tear it down on the cost.
Right.
So the request was to go from 2 to 4 stories at that time.
To put an elevator in,
Well, construct.
to put the elevator in. That's what we were told anyways.
No. What you were told is, we asked to go from 2 stories,
Mm-hmm.
it's 18,000 square feet, to 4 stories, which is another 18,000.
Yep.
Approximately 36,000
Right.
square feet. The reason why we did come back before you is because that was considered an increase in required site plan
Right.
approval when we came back before the board.
And you gave us a new set of plans,
Correct.
okay?
What we're doing now is we're not changing anything, we're not asking for anything to change the site, so all I'm trying to demonstrate to you is this is the exact same model which was approved upon, with parking and everything the same. There was never an anticipation that we would change anything on the site to request the increase. It was only in order to get a new
Right.
traffic study to.
But back up. So when you wanted to raise the building, what was the purpose of raising the building?
The plan was to have 4 stories. Originally, we're only gonna construct 2, and then gonna do the other 2
Yep.
the following year.
Yep.
The reason why we moved to go to 4 is because the cost in putting a new roof on, tearing it off with an elevator of 2 floors that couldn't go to the 4 stories. So there was underlying costs associated with doing a parcel and then a reconstruction.
And the reason being is to put the elevator in.
Well, yeah, I mean.
That's what you told us. I mean,
Okay,
you're saying, we don't want to have to rip it down, because now we're asking the elevator to go up to 2 floors. So the reason why, when it was submitted to us, was you want to put the elevator in, you didn't want to stop it and start it, and you want to go up to 2 floors. All right, go ahead.
okay, but I don't think that's, just so we're clear, the reason was to increase by 2 floors.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you wanted to put the elevator in, that's why you wanted to go up the 2 floors. You didn't want to have to put the 2 floors, cap it, rip it down, put the elevator in, go up the other 2 floors.
That's correct. Okay.
So it was to put the elevator in.
Well,
Last time.
I mean, I'm not,
That was the reason you told us. I mean,
no, not to put the elevator to increase the height, that's all.
yeah, because you wanted to put the elevator in without ripping it down and starting over again and going back up. All right,
I mean,
okay, go ahead. Okay, present your case then.
how will we get there? We need to come before the board to increase it by 2 levels.
We got it. Okay,
The issue before us today is to increase the number of students and the enrollment.
okay,
In order to do that, where there was discussion about having traffic studies, the appropriate studies, interfacing with the city's professionals, we've done all of that. There's comments that would have, I believe, have been provided, which I thought would have been provided with the other documents to the board, which address that issue. So now, I brought this plan out just to refresh everybody's view of what the site looks like and where the different things are. With respect to and I can address this in any manner, Mr. Chairman, that you'd like, but I've brought with me both our traffic engineer as well as our site professional. There is a list of conditions that were provided to me, by the city planner, which I understand was submitted to you after review of my professional working with the city's professional as it relates to the parking studies. I would suggest to you that there are a number of conditions. There was 16, there's now 20, and we've gone through those, most of which many of which have been complied with. There are a few which are still in process, and there are several new conditions. One major issue that's new from last time is when we came before you the prior times, there was no sidewalk ordinance. Apparently, the sidewalk ordinance was enacted after we were before you last time, and because this was deemed a required full review, we therefore were advised that the sidewalk issue came into effect. Essentially, that ordinance requires an educational facility to put sidewalks in within 1,000 linear feet of the school. We've had our professional submit to the city and the planning department and the appropriate person a traffic study in compliance with the ordinance. That's one of the conditions which was explained to me through a city representative, that would potentially replace the sidewalk conditions that you had on there. If you recall, there was a condition with $25,000 a year over 4 years and a $50,000 payment, $150,000. The new sidewalk ordinance will be cost to comply with the new sidewalk ordinance will be well in excess of that. There is a question I have with respect to a couple of the conditions which are being amended by the sidewalk ordinance, and I just would want to get clarification on those, but we're not objecting to having to comply, even though it's a substantial cost to us with this new sidewalk ordinance. So that's an additional cost. And I can go down each condition if it's easier, Mr. Chairman, or I can go to the ones that the board would like to address. I'm happy to do whatever manner you'd like.
Whichever way you want it to proceed, it's fine with me.
Okay. So if we go through the planning board, the recommendation to the planning board, I'm reading from a memorandum dated July 15th, which was Thursday. And item number 4, it says the applicant has indicated the AUL has been recorded. The applicant should provide a copy of the recorded document. We've done so. I believe that's been complied with, and I believe Ms. Timon can acknowledge that. I'm not sure if...
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have received a copy of the recorded AUL.
The next condition, Mr. Chairman, is number 6. This condition should remain. However, the board should consider adding a requirement that the applicant perform road safety audit and additional monitoring as stated in recommendation 1 and 3 by the city's traffic engineer and a documented July 13th. Those are the traffic recommendations that were, as I understand it, negotiated and discussed between Mr. Bozzanetto and our traffic engineer. We understand if that's a condition that the board is going to act upon, we're willing to comply with that. We think that's a reasonable condition. With respect to numbers 7, 8, and 9, and I just need to revert to my chart for a moment. Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, number 7 is the monitoring program regarding the Dingwell Street between Princeton Boulevard. We don't have a problem complying with that as well. With respect to number 8, that's the curb cuts, bump outs to access the exits and the drives, and those are completed. They're just undergoing inspections. We have obviously no problem complying with number 8. Number 9, which is the curbing along the exit, the same. We've done it. It's being inspected, and we have no problem complying with that. So we don't have any objection to the third item, items 7, 8, and 9 on the memorandum. The item number 4, which is items 8 and 9, the curbs are being bumped out to, are being inspected by the engineering office. That's what I just discussed. Item number 10, this item should remain, and the board should consider amending the condition to include recommendation number 4, as stated again by the city's traffic engineer. My only question on this is, the second sentence says this condition should not be superseded by the sidewalk audit as requested in number 17. We have no problem complying with this if the requirement is that we have to comply with the sidewalk ordinance despite the increased cost to us. I just want to make sure that it's clearly encompassed, which I think is the intent of the planning department. The previous conditions are encompassed within the sidewalk ordinance, which I think they are. I just don't want there to be one set of conditions and another one saying comply with the sidewalk ordinance. We only want to make sure that we'll do so. We've submitted the plan. It's going to go through the approvals from the appropriate people. We have no problem complying with it. So that was my only point of clarification on that. With respect to the next one, which is on page 2, items 12, 13, 14, and 15 shall remain. We have no problem with any of those conditions. And in fact, number 12, we're still working that out. 13 is still in progress. 14, we've done that with the city. It says not submitted. We haven't submitted yet because the person we interface with wants us to come back in the end of August after occupancy and work out that. The schools, director is working with that person. With respect to the next item, which is number 16, the board should consider replacing the conditions and recommendations of 2 and 5 as stated by, again, Mr. Bassanetto, and we have no objection to that. And finally, with respect to number 17, this is the same issue I discussed before. With regarding the sidewalk ordinance. It's the same condition that we previously discussed. Apparently, the items referred to in the last 3, which are the conditions 18, 19, and 20, which is the 18 is the traffic circulation plan. We have no problem with that. The stormwater management plan, we've done that, and we have no problem complying with that. And the access roads, that has been inspected. There was a meeting on site with the fire department within since Friday, I believe it is. They did circulate an email today. We submitted the drawings for the fire suppression system. We have no problem complying with that. It's already been inspected. It's already been walked through with the fire department. The preliminary plans were done. The final plans will be submitted with all the specific requirements, I believe, from the suppression people by the end of this week. So we have no issue with that as well. In sum, we don't have an issue with any of the conditions that I've discussed so far. We don't have an issue. I can answer any questions you have with regards to the site plan or the discussions. I have my expert on the traffic with regards to that. The only issue that was brought to our attention for the first time was a language of a pilot rider on there, which is a separate issue. So I guess if we could deal with the rest of it first, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions, and then I can address the pilot issue, which is something new.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak from the charter school? If not, I'll open up to the public.
I believe the only issue, I'm sorry. Just with regards to the director of the charter school, the director and the chair of the board is here. And I don't believe there are any comments with respect to the issues of the conditions I've discussed. The only condition that I believe the board chair would like to address is the pilot, and I can address that if you'd like. I'm not
Either
sure
way,
how-
I mean, I'm just going through the public hearing, I'm going to hear all the parties present, pro and for. And then if you want to address that now or later, that's fine with me either way.
Okay. Why don't we, I can address that later, and I'll let
Okay.
the individuals who want to speak.
Okay? All right, so anybody here want to speak in favor of the project?
I'll speak. My name's Christian Troy Betancourt. I live at 1955 Middlesex Street. We don't have a problem with the charter school. I'm actually a big fan of charter schools. The reason why I'm here, after not being involved in this process, I'm the chair of the board at the Condo Association at Riverside Townhouses. We're the last property in Lowell on the North Chelmsford line on the same side as the charter school. And because we haven't had an issue, we haven't really been involved. There are a couple things I just wanted to bring up, though, because now that this process is happening, we don't want to be forgotten about, because we really do feel like we've been forgotten about now, and it's affecting us. Unfortunately, before I came, I realized that my printer is running out of ink, so I could only really print one copy that I'll submit to you. But you talk about the bump outs, right? So the bump outs happened on Middlesex Street. You know, they're here. And I just kind of want to point out, this is where the city bus stop was on the other side, and there was a city bus stop on this side, right? So they moved bus 17 stop, and now it's in front of our property. And as you can see, pedestrians and folks have done a real number on our grass because we don't have a sidewalk. And so it's interesting that the conversations are about sidewalks. And like I said, because we haven't had any issues with the charter school happening, we haven't been involved. But now it's directly affecting our property because there's a lot of traffic, and you'll see in the picture, there's two sides. The side where the city bus stop isn't, our grass is beautiful. The side that the city bus stop is, it's complete. We had to put bricks down to sort of make a little path because people aren't always as considerate as we'd like them to be, to try to keep them off walking all over the place. So in this process, I hope that we don't get forgotten about and that the sidewalk is going to extend to us because we are the last property. We did get the notice. We are affected by this. The other thing is the rainwater. These are wetlands, and my understanding is that you guys have done studies and all of this has sort of been, talked about. Well, all the trees came down, right? And we saw all the trees go down. So this used to be all trees, and now, we see the building. And so we see the building, used to be all trees, right? Unfortunately, the land here has been graded and it has been raised, right? So all of that's happening. It's happening at the charter school. It's also happening behind Picknell, because I guess there's some sort of, negotiations happening there where they took the driveway of our neighbor, and they're going to build them more parking spaces or something like that. I think that was agreement that happened. Okay, well, that's great that happened. But now look at what's happening on our property because of it. It's flooding. And it's a very dry year. We're not getting a lot of rain, right? So over the years, this used to flood, and after a couple of days, it would go away. It's not going away. And it's not just here anymore, it's our grass. So basically, this is on our side of this. Like, this abuts our property right here, where all the trees came down. And our neighbor totally graded everything because, you guys are going to build them parking spaces. So now our property is completely flooded and the water's not going anywhere. So I want to bring this up because, like I said, we haven't had an issue with the charter school and we haven't been involved in this process. And I'm hoping it's not too late to have some of these things addressed. That's the only two concerns that we really have is if you could put in a sidewalk, extend it all the way down to North Chelmsford so it includes us because we're not right next door to Bicknell. And if you could figure out some sort of drainage thing that includes us, because this is going to be a huge problem if it expands. Like, this is where our kids play, and they're kids, so they want to play in the dirty water, and, it's not going anywhere. So that's pretty much all I really have to say. I hope that, bringing these things up during the planning process, I know it's towards the end, isn't going to be too late, and you guys can sort of address it. Who do I give these to?
You can give them to staff, and they'll pass them to us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else like to speak in favor?
You said favor?
In favor? Anybody else in favor? Sure. Okay, yep, we'll get there in 1 second. Yep, okay. I'm going to do in favor first, then I'll do opposition next, okay? Anybody else in favor? Okay, come to the microphone, please, state your name and address.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Mamadi, and my son goes to the charter school. And I've been to the building. The mayor explained to us it's a very good, nice building, a good place. I support the plan. And I can ask you, the board member, to please support the plan so the children can stay there and also increase the students from 524 to 755 and increase the grade of 8th grade because the teachers are very good. And my son go there, and I love the school, and I ask that the board approve of the plan, increase the student and the grade too.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in favor of the project? In favor? In favor? Hearing none at this time. Anybody in opposition? Anybody against?
My name is Hushmand Afshar, and I'm the president of the Condominium Association located at 1847 Middlesex Street. We are an immediate abutter. We have common lines, common property lines with the proposed project. We also have common property lines with the access road. We are aggrieved by this project already, and this project has already adverse impact on us. This was the sidewalk. This fence here, post and rail. We had this post and rail fence all the way starting from Middlesex Street, going at the end of our parking lot, all the way to the end of our property, and to this 8 to 10 foot retaining wall which we have, because at the end of our association, which is only 10 units, and it is self-managed, because these are all working class people, and in order to save, there is no money to hire a management company. So they removed, without our information and without our permission, they removed our rail and fence, our fence, which we had just repaired and spent $200 a couple of months before. I was out of town. I'm the president of the
So is that fence on your property, sir?
Yes.
I mean, on condo property, I meant to say.
We
Okay.
have been using that fence and that strip of land for the last 28 years, Mr. Chairman.
I recall. 'Cause I remember going up there when we had the condo thing, and then when this first started back in 2013. Okay.
Yes, sir. And when I approached the project manager on site, he said, "Oh, we will replace it for you," and it was on our property. Well, that's fine. First of all, we've been using that strip of land for the last 28 years, since 1988. And by the way, there are other trustees and other owners from that association present here. We can hopefully vouch for what I say. And then I said, okay, if it is on your property, first of all, there's an issue here. We have been using it for the last 28 years, and also you didn't inform us. Oh, I knocked on number 2. Number 2 is at hand. It's either end. Right. So that was the official way. The other thing is right now, this has become a safety issue, because the area where the fence was, it is like a plowed land. As a result of the new sidewalk, the concrete walk that they constructed, this street has become a plowed land. We can't even at our own cost get a lawnmower there and cut the grass. There are children who live in these condos in our association. It's not graded, it's not level, we can't even get there and cut the grass. Plus the fact that end of the sidewalk goes over this tall retaining wall, which has been there since many years. And they used to have a chain fence above this retaining wall for all the safety reasons, because rather than the street had this trucks coming and so on and so forth. They took that, they have put a temporary construction fence on the road, this side of on the road travelway of the side of it. So basically you can or a blind person or a child can walk on this new sidewalk, go all the way down and fall off 8 to 10 feet down onto our property. In addition to that, they, like the previous abutter pointed out, this is the retaining wall that I'm talking about. And the construction phase is now on the road, not on top of the retaining wall as it used to be. It is a danger. And if somebody falls on our property, the wall is at an angle, slow wall, and gets hurt, gets suicidal. And then this area between our property and Merrimack River was wooded area, nice wooded. It was a nice buffer between us and Merrimack River. All the trees are gone. It's all paved, and it's raised about 4 feet high with a very sloped slopes. Mr. Chairman, this erosion is from that slope just as a result of recent rain. This is our mandatory lawn that our children go and play there. It has encroached several times. You can't even maintain this, Mr. Chairman. And you can see all the gravel on our lawn as a result of that. Technically speaking, there should be a retaining wall there. That slope cannot be retained and maintained like that, no matter what they do. They have to install a retaining wall as soon as possible. They have to clean this material from our property. They have to install those fences. Also, as a result of removing the trees, the animals which are living there, like the groundhogs and the woodchucks and all that, they are now, you can see them. I saw them the other day. They are digging around our property, under our steps, next to our foundations. And recently, this association, our treasurer is here. He can show you how much funds we have. Had to spend nearly almost $1,000 just to catch a groundhog and properly take it away. We have to call it professional. And many incidents like that. This is also on top of this slope, Mr. Chairman. Now the base course they have put down, the pavement, there's a sinkhole. This is a sinkhole. I mean, you can really walk into it at night and drop into it, and whatever. Regular. And again, you have children, you have families who live in these 10 units. Also, the islands they have put in, it's right in front of our property. The traffic islands they have put in for the return, you can already see the tire prints on it. So whether the construction trucks or the buses or anything wants to get into the site using the access road, they're going right over the curb. I don't know how efficient that's going to be. Honestly, I think if that also is going to become a safety issue. When you're coming down that road after 3:30 p.m., it takes me probably half an hour to 45 minutes from North Chelmsford come to UMass Lowell. With that kind of traffic, I don't know, I haven't seen a copy of the traffic studies. With that kind of traffic, I don't know what those islands will do. And it's right in front of, again, our association. So so as a result of that, we categorically oppose the increase of the students because experience has shown, history has shown that this site cannot handle that volume of the students. Now we are talking about the high school. That many as number of students, 700-800 people. Unfortunately, the first hearing, I apologize. We were not here. I was not here. I was out of the country. But as soon as I heard this one and what was going on and the reaction we got from the site manager, we want all these emergency fixes. I call them emergency repairs. The fence, on top of the retaining wall, that back slope, these should be repaired. And also we would like to request some monetary compensation for whatever we have spent out of pocket to fight the groundhogs and things like that. I mean, I can consult with the rest of the trustees and come up with an amount for the monetary compensation. That I will leave it at that for now. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time.
Anybody else like to speak in opposition?
Sandra McNamara, Citywide Neighborhood Group, as well as President of Centerville Community Coalition. And I was at the same meeting you guys were in regards to the change for the elevator. Elevator only. My question to them were, would it be used for classrooms? No. It was a giant no. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Kate Kennedy. I live at 258 Wentworth Ave in Lowell. My son is a student at the charter school. He's been there since the first grade, since the school was open. I would have to say I can't address any of the issues the abutters have. I'm sorry to hear that they are having difficulties with some of the area around the new site. However, as a parent, I would say that it has been increasingly difficult to know that my child is in a temporary situation. These pod-like structures, although they're very well designed, it would be, I think, more of a help to the learning of all the children in the school to be in the same area at the same school rather than having to have a separate section of K through 3 and a section of 4 to 5. It's extended busing time for the children. It has caused some confusion around the busing because of the need to have the children travel from one site to the other. And whatever we can do to help move forward, I'm sure I'm not speaking just for myself, but for the other parents, whatever we can do to help this move forward so that the children can be in the new school, I would be happy to help do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Moses. I live at 1961 Middlesex Street. I wanted to make some comments. Hancock furnished a narrative and a map with regard to the sidewalks that are to be extended. Actually, there's still a gap. There's a gap at the end between the North Chelmsford line and Lowell. There's about 75 feet there, and it's not indicated on this Hancock map that it would be added. So I think there's a question as to whether or not there would be a continuous sidewalk, as indicated in the narrative, from the Wood Street, Middlesex Street intersection all the way to the Chelmsford-Lowell line. That's simply a question. I would commend them on the fact that they've seen where the trees are, and that needs to be worked on. That was really good in terms of seeing it. One problem that I think was alluded to before in regards to the bump outs, specifically the west bump out, creates a problem for our development because of the way that the bump out is. Cars that are coming now into park, and you park parallel along Middlesex Street, are now parking further out into the street. That is obstructing our visibility as we attempt to make a left turn onto Middlesex Street, heading in an easterly direction. And so the bump out is creating a problem for us in terms of being able to look out and have a good view. And that's forgetting about snow, because if we have snow, there's going to be a problem there in terms of plowing. So I'm not sure how it's going to be dealt with, but right now when we have good weather, we are having a problem in terms of making the left turn. It's nice that the new ordinance does exist in regard to the sidewalks. What it still does not address is Dingwell Street. As you probably know, Dingwell Street is the only way to get from Princeton Boulevard to Middlesex Street. It's a one-way street going in. It's used a lot by people using a cut-through, and they do it very fast. If we have students walking along that street to school, back from school and all that, competing with this traffic, which is not really paying attention to students, we're going to have a problem. My suggestion to the city, through the planning board, is that we do as we have at some of the other public schools around the city, that from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., there should be no ingress into Dingwell Street, and eliminate the problem, because right now there are no sidewalks and it's just waiting for an accident to happen. So if we need to close the street during school hours, maybe that's what should be done. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Moses.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Judge. I live at 28 Foss Street, which is about half a mile from the site. I also co-chair the Highlands Neighborhood Association. And I am not here to speak against the school. Let me make that straight. I just wanted to state a few facts. Mr. Pellegrino, Commonwealth, has been very forthcoming. We've had several conversations back and forth. And I'm just putting this back in the board's hands. I think one of our main concerns is still the traffic. And I know that a new traffic study has been done. But for those of us that live in the neighborhood, there is still a concern. So, like I said, I'm not against the project. As a matter of fact, my great-grandson is attending the school in September. And I know he's looking forward to it. And I have yet to tour the school, which Mr. Pellegrino has offered to give me a tour. This summer has just been kind of crazy. But before the school opens, I hope to tour it. So, again, traffic is just one of our biggest concerns. And no matter what you put there, it will be a concern. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Sir, Chairman, and members of the board. My name is Curtis Challenger. I'm sorry for speaking out of turn. I definitely wanted to speak on behalf of the project. I live at 3 River Place, right around the corner here. And my interaction with the entire school has been a pleasant one from the day we knew they were coming to town and our daughter got into the lottery. I felt the first year our daughter went to school here in the city of Lowell, after she spent a year at the charter school, I felt we lost a year in the Lowell Public School. And I say that because the systems are different. It's very clear and evident the systems are different. And what the charter school is doing is something that I feel is a great opportunity and a great direction for the city. And I know they're trying to get more kids to come to the school, which I think is a great thing. And I understand the concerns of the residents that are close by and the challenges they face as well. And as a parent who's not aware of it fully, it's great to hear those things, but I also am sorry to hear those things. But I also believe the school is responsible enough to do what is right to ensure that they don't put our kids in a school that doesn't comply with what the city and or the state requires of them, as well as the city may require, the community may require of them as well. I feel that this school is the only thing that's keeping me in the city of Lowell. We've been wanting to move for about 5 years now. Our daughter is going to be in her fourth year? Fourth year at the school. Our son, in about 2 years, will be attending the school as well. It is the only thing that is really keeping me in the city of Lowell. I've been a part of these committees and been a part of these challenges in the city of Boston as well. I know it plays out, but I really hope that the direction that the school is trying to go in, the idea that education is paramount, the ability to educate the kids that can be in your seat, the kids that can be in our seats, and the kids that can help change this city and this community, I believe lies in the hand of not only the Lowell Public School, but also in the hands of Lowell Charter as well, too. Hope you consider this, and I hope you do give them a thumbs up for this going forward. Thank you for your time. Have a great evening.
Hello, my name is Donna Tardif. I live at 1847 Middlesex Street. abutting the school. I just want to speak to the increase in the student number as it relates to traffic. I don't think it's fair that we allow an increase in the student population until we know the impact of the traffic with the current approved population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian Isabel, 126 Fort Hill Avenue. We've heard a lot of people discussing the problems of having a school and the traffic that it might cause or it might create. As I said, I live on Fort Hill Ave. Moody School is at the end of my street. I see it all the time, so I can be empathetic to these individuals, but at the same time, I just go around. I find different ways to get to where I need to go so that I'm not bothered by the traffic. I'm empathetic, but it's a school that's been there for over 100 years. And you just learn to live with it. And I'm not suggesting that you should have to learn to live with it, but it's a fact of life. We need schools in our city, a new school, and a school that's set off from the road in a safe environment where these kids can grow up so that they don't go to one school, and then another school, and then another school. They get to grow up as one cohesive unit. And I think that that's very important. I think it's important for these kids to be able to have that security and know that that school's going to be there for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak? Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. This time I'll turn it over to the board members, see what questions and concerns they may have.
Can I just respond to those couple comments?
Sure.
I didn't want to interrupt if anyone else came up to speak.
Well, we start with the first gentleman who spoke for the Princeton Condo Association.
Yes. The concerns raised by, which I believe this gentleman here, those have already been addressed in the plan. I didn't have the vantage point to see in the picture, but I know where the area he's talking about there. That's underway. The new fencing will go there, and I have Brian Goodrow from Hancock Associates who can speak to that and who's intimately familiar with the site plan. It's on there. So I believe all of the conditions he talks about are addressed. With respect to the conversation with the site manager, project manager, I have not been made aware of that, but certainly if it's something, if it's on our land, we're happy to replace it, as he said, and that's not a problem. We will comply to the letter of the site plan, which already addresses that. And I don't know, Brian, are you able to speak to more in that detail or no? Okay. So we can answer any further questions on that. With respect to the groundhogs issue, I can't really comment on that. The site plan is being, including the groundwater drainage is going exactly as is required by the site plan, and we've, I think all of the approvals have been gained, and on one of your conditions talks about it. That's been submitted already and gone through in detail, and we're happy to continue to comply. I think that would address those issues raised by the first individual. The second individual, give me 1 second. I'm just trying to address the ones that actually had point. The Dingwell Street is addressed by condition number 17, and that's something that we need to continue to monitor after occupancy and comply with that condition, and we're obviously satisfied to do that. That was the individuals from 1961 Middlesex Street. With respect to...
I think the other question was the sidewalk going to the Chelmsford Street line.
That goes to the Chelmsford Street line, and I believe that was in the narrative that was submitted to the sidewalk, to the planning department and the individual who inspects it from the city. And I just looked at Brian Godreau, who submitted it, and he nodded in affirmation that does. So if the plan doesn't clearly depict that, that's just the way it appears. I think those were the issues that I had. Those are the ones that I was able to take notes from, that I heard from the speakers. If there's any others that I missed, I'm happy to address it if the planning board would like.
Okay, so why don't we bring you back to the last issue of what do you say, a pilot ride or
Yeah,
something?
thank you, Mr. Chair. I looked at, on the and it's probably just an oversight, on the, because it came in so late, on the conditions, the updated one we've been looking at, and I had to print them out on a big page just because on the way they come off the computer, there are 17 existing and 3 revisions, if you will. So there's 20 in total. The pilot's not on there. In regards to the pilot, I have a few comments. The pilot, and I just need to get into a document that unfortunately I didn't have here. The whole concept, this is a public-private partnership between the Lowell Collegiate Charter School and Commonwealth, as we've done in many other states and many other cities within Massachusetts and outside, where we've essentially been able to come in, construct the facilities, and then ultimately the goal is to sell them to the charter schools so they become self-sufficient, and over a long period of time, they're able to create endowments. And a couple of existing schools that have large endowments is the one in Springfield and the one which was sold for $38 million, and the one in Holyoke. Have both are protected by the nonprofit statute. The nonprofit statute in Massachusetts plays a critical role. But I don't need to get into that point. The issue is, and my view of this is simply this. I don't believe the pilot is lawful. Looking at Mass General Law, essentially, if we look at what empowers any city or town is to enact ordinances. Ordinance, and specifically should reflect, they should, and let me just pull it out for a second. They should be done, and I have the criteria, I apologize, I just have to get to this for a second. They're adopted by the cities and towns to regulate the use of land, to protect the health, safety, and general welfare of their present and future inhabitants. It is not, and there's case law on it that says it's not monetarily driven. In addition to that, we also have the Dover Amendment in Massachusetts, and the Dover Amendment clearly says that no ordinance or bylaw shall regulate or restrict the use of land, and I'm paraphrasing, for educational purposes on land owned or leased by a nonprofit educational corporation, clearly the case here, provided, however, that such land or structures may be subject to reasonable, and I stress the word reasonable, regulations concerning, and then they specifically enumerate the bulk and height of the structures in determining the yard sizes, the lot areas, the setbacks, the open space, the parking, and building coverage requirements. Obviously, I would deem this to be an unreasonable restriction. It's not specifically enumerated in the Dover Amendment. I think it's specifically precluded by it. But having said that, I need to take a step further. The condition is unreasonable restriction on the use and alienation of the land. It's in violation of the Dover Amendment. Again, it's not reasonably related to the yard size, the lot area, the setbacks, open space, parking, or building coverage requirements. The statute enumerates those items that a zoning ordinance can, such as this by definition, be an unreasonable regulation. The next one is the condition amounts to spot zoning, which is illegal both in statutory and constitutional grounds. Statutory violation because the exercise of zoning power solely for the generation of revenue for the locality goes beyond enumerated public welfare purposes of zoning regulations. Any exercise of power beyond the authority of the act in a manner that fosters irrational treatment creates a denial of equal protections under the state and federal constitutions, and I'll save you the site. The next one, the site is the Board of Appeals of Hanover versus the Housing Appeals Committee.
The next one is... Do you have the site number there?
I do, 363 Mass 399.
363 Mass 399?
399.
Thank you, sir.
The next one is the condition is a taking without just compensation under the Fifth Amendment to the United States Constitution. Commonwealth has developed the property with the intention of ultimately selling the property, as I've expressed to you, to the nonprofit. If the proposed condition is imposed, there's a clear diminution in the value of the property to the intended buyer and the owner. The intended buyer is a nonprofit that otherwise would not be required to pay real estate taxes. If the proposed condition is imposed, the value to the buyer is reduced by the amount of real estate taxes, and the sale price would have to be accordingly reduced in order to make up for the need to pay real estate taxes. That reduction of sale price represents a taking under the Fifth Amendment. To take it one step further, if we were to move off for a minute and just for argument's sake, suggest that a condition of this nature were to be found legal, I would suggest to you that it's not appropriate in this situation for the following reasons. The school has agreed to take on the onus of busing and the associated costs with that, which is estimated to be somewhere to $500,000 annually. They've already done that to be a cooperative, in the process of doing that, to be a cooperative neighbor with the city, to assist with the city's cash flow issues and things of those natures. To add this on top of it, I would suggest to you is unreasonable, because ultimately the school pays the taxes and will be the owner at some point in time, should we be able to move forward along the way we all anticipate. For those reasons, we'd suggest to you that it's not a reasonable condition. It's certainly not a condition that the planning board should be delving into. It's an issue that should be separately negotiated, as it's done in every city and town that I've been a part of in numerous states, including numerous cities in this Commonwealth, where we've negotiated either pilot agreements and/or pilot agreements, basically. Those are matters left between the city and the appropriate individuals in the assessor's office to go through those issues. The problems being confronted by Lowell are no different than many of the communities in Massachusetts. I come from one, Springfield, with 8 colleges, not foreign to that, understand the issue. But I would suggest to you that the Dover Amendment and the zoning statutory bylaws could not be clearer that such a use. I also note that when I received it on Thursday morning, for the first time I was unfortunately out of state, and upon trying to take further look into this, I find it odd that a condition of this nature comes at such a time, because it doesn't relate to the issues that we've all been discussing here, impact on sidewalks, impact on traffic, impact on neighbors, things that an issue. Those are all fair game. And I think that those are legitimate issues for this board to consider and that we've tried to address. I think we've gone way beyond, and this board has, in protecting and ensuring the protection of the city as a whole, but more importantly, the immediate neighbors, and it's at a tremendous cost. We've complied with all of them that we can to this day. We'll continue to comply with them. But to add an onus, something of this nature that apparently hasn't even been reviewed by the law department for its legality yet, is obviously, I think, something that this board shouldn't delve into. I, as a applicant, can't agree to it, but obviously I recognize this board is going to pass whatever conditions they deem are appropriate. In no way take my remarks to be offensive. I don't mean in that way at all toward the board. I'm just simply trying to deal with what I view as the legal impediments to a condition of that nature being imposed through a planning board as a condition of approval of a land use. So that's all I can speak. I do know that the director of the board did want to speak just on that one limited topic, if that's permissible to the board.
Absolutely.
Kathleen McCarthy, 220 Nesmith Street, Lowell, Mass. I am the board chair of our Lowell Collegiate, changed to Collegiate Charter School of Lowell, for reasons not to be confused with our other charter school. So I first of all would like to thank all of you parents. You're incredible that you came down here tonight to express your feelings. And it is the feeling of myself. Believe me, we've spent a lot of hours here in this chamber. And it's because of a passion, number one, that I have, myself and the board. We're all volunteers here. We've been doing this for 5 years. Our charter will be 4 years old. We had to wait a year to get this charter. So we are only here for the kids, number one, and these great parents who have just this feeling of this type of education. It's choosing a parochial school, a private school, a public school, or a charter school. It's very simple. So the fact that on Thursday, when the fact, as long as people understand, in the end, the board will own this school. It's going to take us some time. I'm sure I will not be around when the school is paid for, because it's going to take us time, but we need to chip away to get this board to be owned by the board. We will eventually buy it from a developer, the person we are leasing it from now. So this is what I just wanted to let everyone know. When we got this 11th hour request that we can't work with the city to help us lower our taxes, which happens all over, and all of a sudden on Thursday to realize this before we're coming in here and hopefully opening, but if this doesn't change, it may happen that these doors can't open, because we cannot afford an additional. We've given the city everything we can do, and we've had a budget that we have had for when we first started this negotiation. So I really need you to take a look at this. I don't think it's the proper time either. Obviously, Attorney Pellegrino just addressed that. And I just did want to say thank you, and thank you parents, and thank you for these great kids. And we hope that Lowell is going to be able to continue to service all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, there's just one comment I just forgot to make. I apologize.
No problem.
When I was talking about the commitment to the community, and I know it can get lost because there's so many conditions, but condition number 14 is the one where and I doubt there's many of these anywhere in the city of Lowell, if there is one. This is the one where they're going to make the fields, which, as I'm sure you understand, are not cheap to install and maintain, available for use by the public. So for individuals outside the school, that was a condition of this. There's a substantial cost, not only current but long-term, in doing that, and that's the one I commented on. The director has already reached out and coordinated with people from the city on that. The other thing was, and I talked about it earlier, but when you put it together, the magnitude of the cost, so there's a little over, probably over $200,000 in sidewalk improvements, easily, could be well north of that. There's the play field, there's the busing issue, that's over $700,000 already before we get to talk about whether or not there's a real estate tax imposed or pilot. And just so the record is clear, all of these costs are essentially funded by the school, because they're all a conduit through the lease to it. So I know sometimes when we're looking at things piecemeal, we forget about it, and I just wanted to kind of bring them the whole to say that it's not that the school is asking for an easy way through. They're trying to be a good neighbor, and in many respects, there's just a breaking point in every budget, and we all know it's very difficult to operate a school today, and especially a school only in its third year of full operation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Judy, any comments from staff about the pilot program? I mean, I noticed we got that recommendation today.
Yes, I think that the applicant is correct. The law department has not reviewed it and given us their opinion.
They have given us an opinion?
No, they have not.
Oh, they're not,
They have
okay.
not.
So we have no opinion from the law department, okay, okay, okay. Okay. Does anybody else want to speak who hasn't spoken yet before I turn it over to the planning board members for comments? Anybody else?
Can I just answer a couple of the comments?
Sure.
Short time. It was said that the issues as depicted on the site plan have been addressed. I just want to repeat that the pictures were taken just a day ago. So the condition, these are really existing conditions in terms of us as an immediate neighbor. It's not that. And the parking lot, which is paved already, at least the base course, is graded towards us. So the runoff completely is on us, comes on our property. So when they make their retaining wall, which I hope they do as soon as possible, it has to be really probably 6 inches higher, so direct their water, their runoff to wherever it has to. So the statement that, oh, the issues have been addressed, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, because any runoff that's created as a result of this is their responsibility, if it runs off on your property, if it didn't run off before.
That's true, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
that is, that's correct. Okay. All right, at this point in time, I'll turn it over to any of the board members who may have comment. You want to go first, Rich?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, I'm going to start with Mr. Lockhart.
I have concerns about your site plan, as the chairman brought up initially when we first started talking about the project. I'm looking at an email I got today from the fire department through Judy relative to really a site plan. And the fire department is saying, among other things, I'll just go to the end of it, we require a new update site plan to include full site plan with accessibility conditions previously mentioned restored, and item 2, a narrative describing the measurements, road surface, and special accommodations of both the access road and the walkway. I haven't really seen that myself, and I'm not going to consider what we were giving tonight, because it's unfair to give us a document tonight and expect us to decipher it and make a decision relative to it. We need more time than that. So I'm confused about the site plan and your status with the fire department, which is a critical component of this project. I'm just not convinced that you're there yet.
For the record, Brian Goodger with Hancock Associates. So, as you know, the fire department has been through a number of staff changes over the last year or so. DC Quinlan was originally the fire prevention officer that we had worked with over a year ago to develop the current plan. And all of the access points that we are providing have been not only requested but approved by the fire department about a year ago. Essentially, if you look at the plan, there was three key points. There's an access right here because it's over 150 feet in length. We provided a turnaround for the largest apparatus in the world to get around. The second is to put a temporary fire lane on the opposite side of the building because we don't know what we're doing with this side of the site in terms of phase 2, but it does provide access for the apparatus to get around here. And the third key point is to provide a continuous path of travel all the way around the building, which we've also provided. And all of those changes are on the site plan that was distributed back in June 8th on 2015 is when we developed that, and that's revision 4 that's on the site plan. And then it was revised again for the 12516, which is basically just a recap of everything. So we have fully vetted all of the concerns that the fire department had over a year ago, and those are reflected on the plans, and they were distributed to all the departments in the city.
I'm looking at what I received today. Judy, can you clarify that, what he's talking about?
I have, the only communication I got was the email from Deputy Chief Sharon.
That's what
And it is true that we, in the last year, there has been different personnel in the fire department reviewing this project. It was Deputy Chief Quinlan was reviewing it last year, now it's Deputy Chief Sharon. So I don't know any more than what Mr. Sharon put on this email, whether he did not know that the plans had been reviewed by the prior deputy chief, whether he had them or not. I would have to talk to him tomorrow after the meeting to make sure that he's reviewed the plans that we now see are the latest plans from January 2016.
Okay. Just think we need some clarification here before we can make a decision. I can't support what I see here tonight.
Yeah, I can also represent to you that they did an actual physical inspection. I mentioned that.
That's in the correspondence.
Yeah, and I think that what he was trying to clarify is that I don't know who looked at what, but I don't think they looked at the right plan. And we tried to get a hold of them today in regards to that because of this email. So we have no problem complying with that to the letter. I mean, that's obviously.
Should be on a plan signed by them. I mean, it
Yeah,
should be clear
that's
to
a
us.
public safety issue.
What you're doing, and it's a public safety issue.
Yes, and we have no issue complying with that at all.
All right, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lockhart. Anybody else on the board have any comments, questions? Mr. Snetsky?
Okay. On that issue, the safety issue, you mentioned that there has been some turnover in that position within the fire department, but Deputy Chief Sharon writes at the beginning of his email the fact that he had met with both of the deputy chiefs who had worked in that office prior to him taking over the position. So the input of the prior chiefs involved was there prior to the conditions that he stated in this email. So that's number one. The other big issue that I have is traffic. And in the conditions from the original approval going back to, I believe it's 2013, under item 6, there's a statement that the applicant shall revise the monitoring program to monitor traffic operations and safety at the Middlesex Wood Brook intersection every 6 months for the first year following the initial occupancy and annually thereafter for the following 2 years. Data and analysis from the monitoring be provided to DPD and appropriate remedial actions taken. I respect the fact that an additional traffic study was done, but an additional traffic study absent the additional traffic is all hypothetical. I mean, and therefore, I feel that to increase the occupancy and the number of students by 56% over the amount that was originally approved at this time without any clear understanding of, what the true traffic impact will be would not be responsible. And for that reason, I could not support it. As a side note, I would like to see that, the developer meet with the condo association at 1847 and resolve all the safety and drainage issues that they've, expressed, before they were to get final approval. And again, without that site plan and the approval from the fire department, I don't think we'd be in a position to approve that tonight. And finally, on the pilot issue, I understand law is subject to interpretation, and the final sentence of the draft of the pilot statement states that the restriction should be approved by the City of Lowell Law Department before recording. If it's deemed by the Law Department to be inappropriate or such, then so be it. Then modification of that could take place. But I would be in favor of seeing some sort of agreement of that nature being included in the plan. That's all.
Thank you. Not yet. Mr. Boyle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to pick up on and extend Mr. Snetsky's remarks about the traffic monitoring and subsequent plan that's called for in the existing permits. I'd like to maybe review a little bit about how we ended up here. This applicant, well, not this applicant, the applicant's successor, not even predecessor, initially came in with a proposal to get a permit, a site plan approved for a K through 12 school. That didn't work. We were not comfortable with that. We were too concerned about the extent and type of particularly the traffic impacts on the neighborhood and on that part of the city as a whole. I think we're all familiar with how sensitive this stretch of Middlesex Street right next to the Rourke Bridge is when it comes to the circulation in the city. We didn't want to approve that. If we had, we would have done so with some extraordinarily stringent conditions that would have been so problematic for the applicant that they rather wisely decided that they weren't going to go for a permit all in one big chunk, but instead were going to scale it back just to eventually to the K through 4 level of the school. And the permit, and the condition that we put on the permit regarding that was we wanted to monitor the traffic. We wanted to see how it actually worked with cars and staff and buses and everybody else coming in and out of this school on a daily basis over the course of a school year to see how that worked. Instead of trying to guess ahead of time what mitigation and construction and everything we should do to try to handle this, we wanted to actually get experience in observing how this traffic worked for just the K through 4. Do a traffic study, and then they would come back for an expansion in order to, and we would have the benefit of that knowledge and that experience in order to write our conditions. I feel like that was, in a manner of speaking, the deal. They were going to be K through 4. We were going to get to see what their traffic impacts really were and study them before they came in for an expansion, And I feel like now the applicant is coming in to break that deal. Is he doing it? Are they doing it because they sense that the outcome of that observation and that review would be so negative that that this board would be horrified if we were reviewing an expansion application with that information before us? I don't know. I can't speculate on their motives. I can certainly explain my own concerns, and that is my concern. We limited it to K through 4 and created this rather unusual setup where we're going to study and then come up with some recommendations for a very good reason. And I think we should stick with that deal. There was one abutter who made exactly this same point, that we should look at the conditions. We even amended that when they were here to add looking at the pedestrian conditions on Dingwell, I believe, to make that part of this traffic review. I think we should stick with the deal. The other comment I have is about this proposed fiscal nonprofit condition. I do not agree with the applicant's representations that it would be illegal for inappropriate for a planning board to put such a fiscal condition on a permit. However, it is my opinion that that gets into matters which are not appropriate for a mere site plan review, where we're supposed to be looking at the physical situation on the property and off the property. It would be appropriate for a special permit review, where we're actually allowed to decide whether or not it's a good idea to put this use in this location, which we are not allowed to do here. Our hands have been tied by the state. But, and when you're allowed to think, yes or no, is it a good idea to put this thing in this location, one of the things that you take into account is the fiscal impact. I don't think that on site plan review, which has a much narrower scope of review, I don't think that this fiscal consideration is something that's appropriate for a site plan decision. I think it's something that's appropriate for a special permit decision. Those are the 2 points that I feel comfortable discussing at this point, prior to having an opportunity to really review the entirety of the applicant's submittal.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. Mr. Malovich?
Yes, I only have 2 issues. I'm very, as my fellow members are, very concerned about the, we haven't seen a track record of the action of the site to the traffic. I really thought we were being cautious and allowing the K to 5, and then see if that works, and then we'll expand. That's a very concern to me. And second thing is I'm also disappointed in how the construction is handling, how the contractor is handling the impact to the abutters. I mean, there's no reason why the drainage should have gone off onto your property if the proper things were done on the site as on any other site I've seen. And to create these potential safety issues and say you're going to take care of it, and it's being taken care of. I don't see it being taken care of yet. I'm sure it will be now, but I'm kind of disappointed about that. And that's really all I got.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Mr. Fischett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, one of the things, especially with an applicant or even a contractor, is one of the things that they may find frustrating, whether they come before, especially board and other communities, is if you keep changing the requirements as you go, and they keep meeting one hurdle and then another hurdle is put in front of them. We have made it very clear from day one, and the beauty of it is you can go back and see the tapes of each meeting, is that the critical component to this, and I think each of the members have touched base on it. Mr. Boyle gave a little bit of a history, but was that we would phase in the student population because it is such a sensitive area. And I still think that, matter of fact, I'm more convinced, having visited the site and dealing with those bump outs. I drove in where the exit is located, and then I tried to pull out. And this was Sunday morning, so you have everybody's home from the apartment buildings. And so the parking all along from one bump out to the other was solid cars. I was halfway out into that outbound lane going to North Chelmsford to be able to see. And I know we were looking at having traffic enforcement during the school hours, but you know, one of the things we're looking at is athletic events or something at the fields. Well, that'll be after hours, and I have some real concerns with effects that has. And the idea was to see from a limited use what some of the concerns would be, and this is looking to really take away a very critical component that we thought was very important for the safety of that area. And it really is, it's about this, it's a safety issue for me. It's not whether or not it takes 15 more minutes to get through that intersection, to be honest with you. It is truly, truly a safety issue. Pulling out of there, I think, is a real concern right now. I found that interesting. I pulled in there. I thought it was very difficult to pull in with the bump outs and the curbs. I'm assuming they did the movements with a bus going through there, but I think that, again, really has to be looked at. And I'll tell you, we received the recommendation from the city's traffic engineer, and certainly that weighs heavily. We want to see that. But I didn't see the traffic impact assessment, and I printed that this afternoon, and here it is. So I want to make sure I take a good look at this as well. because that is a critical component. That intersection has a lot of issues going on there, and we don't, at the very least, and it was the concern, is that we would not at least make the situation any worse. And with every project that's taken place at that intersection, we've tried to make sure with the Walgreens, at the very least, the situation did not get any worse. And in some instances, we were able to slightly improve it. I'm not going to say we were able to create miracles, but we were able to improve it slightly. So I think that's a critical component. Mr. Lockhart brought up the status of the fire. Again, that's a safety issue. And regardless, we have to make a decision based on what's been presented to us, and nothing has been presented to us this evening saying that that has been satisfied. And as well as the site plan, and I'm not quite sure what happened there, but this is an application for site plan. We should have a site plan that would at least tell us where we are today. I would even like to know existing conditions of where we are today and the site plan that we currently have on the table that's been approved. The issue of the abutters, once again, and Mr. Malovich has a tremendous amount of experience relative to this with the city. For a project of this size, I would have hoped there would have been a little bit more care taken to the effects to the abutters. And I would encourage you to meet with them. I'm speaking for myself, and I can gather from everybody here this evening, I don't believe we're prepared to make a decision here this evening. So my recommendation would be to clearly make sure that you meet with the abutters of the condo association. I do have a question on where you exit. I notice a huge elevation difference from the roadway to the parking area of the apartments on the exit of the site. And could you address that from an engineering standpoint? What is going to happen there? Because that was quite a drop from that parking lot, as well as the actual grass area, landscaping next to the apartment buildings. So just if you would mind.
Yep, so on the exit drive, there was an existing car path that was there. It led down to, I think, a dumpster or something in between, and we converted that. That was held within a right-of-way and an easement into the formal exit to the project. Now, if you look at both adjacent parking lots and the site plan, which hasn't changed from 2013 and the original approval, there are some reconfigurations that are taking place with respect to traffic flow patterns and whatnot. So essentially what we're doing is we're going to be maintaining those two exits on the driveway, and we'll be blending them back into the other parking lot, so it's not what you see today. Obviously, the site's under construction right now.
Are you coming up with the roadway considerably? Because I mean, it's quite a drop. I was surprised.
From the road is not.
Parking
lot. The road's coming up the depth of a final course of pavement, which is 1.5 inches.
Inch and a half, right?
What work is being done that you didn't see is the curbing that's on the westerly side, the landscape islands that are proposed to restrict vehicular traffic from from utilizing just the entrances and the exits to those parking lots. And yes, there is a grade difference between the two, but it's not as drastic as how it appears right now because there is no formal connection from the driveway to those parking lots. It is yet to be constructed.
So you'll be paving that, you'll be feathering that in?
Correct.
Is that it?
Correct.
So you're going to change that?
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, I mean, so you're actually going to, because you're going to have to cut into that parking lot quite a bit to bring that grade down.
And there's also landscaping islands that are being introduced to further restrict the movements of vehicles within those parking lots. That was all developed as part of the original plan and hasn't changed since the original plan.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yep.
And relative to the pilot program, obviously, there's been a lot of attention to that. Unfortunately, I think I've been highlighted, unfortunately, to an extent. But as it relates to site plan review, again, it's very difficult. I think Attorney Pellegrino articulated some of the issues there, and I not an attorney, but I agree with Mr. Boyle as far as, you know, certainly in a special permit situation. And I know, Judy, if you want to expand on that, have you had some experience with it as it relates to site plan review?
Actually, my experience in other communities have been in the context of a special permit as opposed to a site plan review.
I'm sorry, can you say that again? So it's not a site plan review, but special
Yeah,
permit?
I've had experience with it in the context of a special permit, not the site plan review.
Okay. And of course, and it's a hot issue right now. There's no question about that. And I believe the law department is looking into that. But obviously, what I would suggest is, again, the applicant perhaps speak with planning department and however the city feels the appropriate staff is to discuss that with you as an option. Because obviously, it is a hot issue right now. There's no question about that. So I think that's something that I would ask the applicant to speak to proper authorities and see what perhaps can be worked out before the next meeting. With that, Mr. Chairman, again, for myself personally, I'm not prepared this evening to render a decision on this application. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, who's the gentleman want to address the traffic? Okay. Sure. Can you cite your name and address first?
Okay, yes. My name is Bernie Goon. I'm a finance associate. We did the traffic study for the charter school expansion, and also we did the original traffic study when the school back in 2013 for this project also. And I think what we did before, I know that we get the project was approved from K to 9, and then when we come back this time to did the traffic study, which is recently we did it in just this in June. And we collected traffic data to analyze what the operations are right now at Middlesex and Wood Street and then the Walk Bridge. And then we also get scoped by the city to look at Wood Street and I forgot which one, sorry, just have to look at the street name. But no, it's not Princeton Boulevard. So we did look at the two major intersections, and also we have looked at the Dingwall Street and Nelson Street that kind of provide access to the project site area. And then we collect new traffic data in June, and then we're analyzing it based on our analysis right now with the, and then we project the traffic 7 years according to the state standard for doing a transportation impact assessment study. And basically, we have analyzing the traffic that right now the intersections are operating at, well, acceptable level in a way that it is better than before because of the reconstruction of the signal at Middlesex Street and Wood Street, because we did the design. Our company also did the Walgreens study, and so we did the improvement at that location. And I designed that signal myself. So that intersection right now is operating better than before, and with the expansion of the charter school that we projected 7 years, we also add back the traffic volumes associated with the approval of K to 5 grade, the number of students, number of vehicles that will be coming into the site, and then we evaluate that, and I'm adding the proposed grade 6 to 8 student traffic volumes into the project, and then we're analyzing it, and based on our analysis, that the intersection, the Middlesex Street and Wood Street Walk Bridge intersection will be operating at acceptable level, which is around D or better, because it's a urban environment that's acceptable. It's a standard, pretty much all the cities is D or better. But also, I have been spoke with the city transportation engineer on those intersections, and I have told him that if warranted, we could retime the signal, that the signal will be working better, will be getting back to still a little bit less delay, because traffic signal, technically you should retime every 5 years to make sure that the traffic pattern stays the same and that it will work as well as it could be. So, I mean, this project is approved, our client is already committed to monitoring traffic volumes at this intersection and also at Princeton and Wood Street intersection to see if there's any change in traffic pattern or increase in traffic that trigger need to time the traffic signals on those two locations. So that is what we find out, that with the expansion, the traffic operation is still similar, it's a little bit more delayed, but it's not unbearable versus today. And also that we have, the project is also committed to provide police details at the two driveways, the entrance driveway and the exit driveways, in a way that with a police control, you have an orderly entrance and exit out of the driveways, and it provides safety, and it provides a good level of service, and if the students are crossing into the driveway into the school, and at the level of comfort that it's a safe environment.
But back in 2013, wasn't the condition to do what you just stated, that you're going to wait, change the traffic signal, change the timing and everything else as the additional students incurred?
Yes, we did. It's part of the condition, but we're still keeping that condition for this, with the expansion.
How many more cars do you anticipate per day with the expansion of the new students?
With the project, we have, what we did was we generate the traffic according to Institute of Transportation Engineer traffic generation manual, and it tells us, and then compare with empirical data that at that time the city transportation engineers asked us to collect the empirical data, which is at, let me tell you the school name. Innovation Academy Charter School. That's where we collect the empirical data. When we compare the empirical data with the IT data, the empirical data is higher, and then we use that empirical data to apply to use that traffic volume to generate, so it's more conservative analysis. And I think that if you have it is all addressed in the traffic study, saying that it is higher, so we use that, and then with that, using a higher trip generation, we're still getting acceptable level of service at the intersections.
Okay, so I'm going to ask again. How many more cars if we do the expansion?
Okay.
From 5 to, okay? That should be a number.
Okay, we have looked at it.
Must have estimated what the new increase in motor vehicles will be if you bring it up through the extra grades and up to 843 students, right?
Right.
So there should be a number.
Right, okay. The additional number from grade 6 to 8, the increase is 267 vehicles during the weekday morning peak hour. With
267 a.m.?
162 coming in, 105 exiting. During the afternoon hour is...
Now, on your traffic study, did you do any traffic study on-site?
What do you mean on-site? You mean looking at?
The project as it is, right there, everything that's on the plans, that's on-site, not on Middlesex Street. The circulation of the traffic on the site itself.
Well, because the school is not built, we cannot tell you the on-site, but we were telling that if the traffic
back in
comes
2013, we spent a lot of time on that.
Right.
We talked about the drop-off and the pickup for all the
yes,
students.
I know that's a
how
plenty
the
of
traffic
that.
was all going to
Right.
circulate, the time the students coming, the time the students going. And the question was how that traffic would back up all the way out to Middlesex Street. So the question was, we spent a lot of time on the pickup and drop-off of the students. So my question is, if you want to increase it, have you done a traffic study on the increased number of cars? For example, 162 coming in on that site, and I'm going to ask you about the buses in a minute. So how would that impact dropping off and picking up? Because we got all this information last time on where the cars would sit, how they'd wait for it, how people would wave them on, wave them off when we had all the K through 5. So how's all that going to be done? I mean, K through 4 through 5 through 8. How's that going to be done?
Well, we haven't developed a new plan for it, based on the news.
Usually we have a plan for that, we come to site plan. Okay. So you don't have that information?
We didn't develop that.
So we don't know how people will be picked up and dropped off?
Well,
If we
I
had
think
all
that the
these
plan will be
extra
similar
numbers.
to the Caton.
Okay.
If I could just interject.
Sure, yeah,
We
absolutely.
do. We met with this, with the city on that issue. We have a traffic flow. We went through it in detail. It's just being refined. We did that in preparation for partial occupancy. And the changes that they've asked would be something that would be, per the plan, it was to be for occupancy, and we were planning on doing that. If you'd like it for, before
I think it
that,
falls
we're happy
under
to do
site
that.
plan.
But we've done that already, and we're happy to do that and provide it to you.
I mean, wouldn't it help if we saw it?
Yeah.
Because I know you weren't here last time, and that's why I'm asking this gentleman.
Yeah,
if he
in
was.
in
We
fair-
spent a lot of
fairness-
time
Right.
on how the cars were gonna get in,
Yeah.
how they're gonna get dropped. We talked about staggering the hours of the school.
Yeah, right.
The AM and PM.
No, in fairness,
He wasn't the one who was here, right?
Dirk.
Jeffrey was here, right? But Same associate.
Jeffrey, yeah. I just want
The same company, yeah.
he knows that we've gone through it. He had to be at another meeting tonight, he couldn't be here, so Mr.
Because Jeffrey would know how
Gunn
much
is
time we
is
spent
filling in, that's all I'm.
So I mean, the drop off and pickup, because we spend time on the queuing, how far out the cars would be, how long would parents have to wait in the car.
Okay.
We even spend time on expanding the waiting area where they would park. I know you weren't here, but I know we were here from November till March on this,
and
several
those were
nights
is-
after midnight.
And those were issues that were discussed between Jeffrey and Mr. Bonaceto, I believe it is, that's traffic, city's engineer, and coming up with these recommendations. So I'll be happy to get that data for you.
Because I think that's something that we should have. I mean, you can get recommendations from the traffic engineer. It comes in before us, traffic engineer doesn't vote.
Well, understood.
So, I mean, we spent probably a half a night on that one night. And now we don't know anything about it.
Well,
And that was getting back to my first question was, if something happens back in 2013, we don't get a plan, you made all these changes, you should show us the old plan, say, these are the new changes, this is the new traffic we're gonna do, this is the new circulation we're gonna do. If you said all these things were completed, you show us the plan and say, see, we did all these. We don't have the benefit of any of that.
Well, I hear you, but generally, I wouldn't do that if we weren't changing the site plan. If we were changing it, you'd.
Well, you just told me you're changing the traffic coming in and out.
No,
You just told me 162 cars.
No, this is an analysis for increase, not changing the physical.
I think it affects where those cars are gonna be when they pick up and drop off, don't you? And if we don't see that, I have no idea where those extra cars are gonna go.
Right.
I mean, we spent a lot of time on that.
I understand.
And that was, the conclusion was, once we get all this down, once we see all that data, once we see how it works, then we'll be prepared to add new data to show us how we will slowly bring in the other grades. Because we'll work off the assessments of what we had, show us how it's working, and then show us how we'll bring it up, whether it's one grade at a time, other grades at a time, and show us how the traffic site will go on site, which we don't have. But that's why the benefit when it comes to the site plan, the planning board members need the site plan. So you made these changes, so we can't rely about what happened back on 2013, because 2013 wasn't asking for the additional students. So I think we have to know where these cars are gonna be while they're waiting to pick up these students.
I guess I'm confused now because I understand your request regarding a traffic flow plan and things of that nature, but that wouldn't impact the site plan. So I just want to know what you're asking so I make sure I give it to you.
Okay, all right. Where are all the additional 162 cars, how they gonna get in and out of the site?
Understood. That's a traffic flow plan which we've developed
what I
and will
asked.
submit.
Right.
Okay, I was.
That's what I want, I'm just saying,
All right.
what's the traffic flow site?
So, okay.
Be
I
clear.
just want to be clear so that
Because
we're
when we
not
were
drawing
here
up a new site
back in
plan. that's all.
2013, and once we had 4 different meetings, and some went up past 12 and 1 o'clock in the morning,
Yeah.
when the janitors let us know, we were trying to close the building, and we spent a lot of time on the pickup, drop off, how people are gonna come out, how they're gonna react to them, where the car's gonna sit, where they're gonna double park, and all that. So my only question is, what are we gonna do with all the additional cars on the site? So without seeing that, it makes it difficult.
Right. So just so, again, so I'm clear.
That's why I was saying if we had,
Traffic flow plan.
look at the site plan, I mean, there are significant changes. So when you're resting on the site plan was submitted in 2013, and you're making changes to it, you're making changes numbers to the parking, you're making changes numbers to the circulation of it, I think we should have the benefit of seeing that.
Oh, can I just comment at that last, not to belabor this any longer,
Sure,
but
go ahead.
the data that was provided through the traffic study and the collaboration with the city's engineer is all based off the most current site plan you have, not the one from 13.
I get that. I understand
With all
that.
of the updates and everything as is.
I understand that.
Okay. I just wanted
It
to be
doesn't
clear
show
about
the circulation of traffic with additional cars, correct? We agree on that.
I'm sorry?
You're not showing us the circulation of the additional new cars on site.
The traffic, no, we wouldn't do that even for another meeting. We would do that in a traffic flow study, a package, not on a site plan. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yep.
I just want to make sure I'm clear about what I'm bringing.
Okay, what I'm saying is, we need the circulation of traffic on site.
And that's fair, and I can do that. I think we're just talking about
Yeah,
terminology,
because,
that's all.
Say, for example, your plan comes out and tells us that those cars will be queuing all the way up to Middlesex Street and all the way down to Wood Street waiting to get on the site. Do you think that would be a concern of ours?
Yeah.
I do too. So I don't know if that could be the case. Don't know.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anybody else have any follow-up questions?
Actually, Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
your latest comments inspired a thought. The applicant keeps discussing how there are no physical changes to the plan. It seems to me that it's quite possible that the addition of those extra vehicles could result in the type of queuing and traffic demand and everything which would require the plan to be changed to accommodate them. That seems like a pretty good reason why the expansion of the school to include additional students and therefore additional traffic ought to be a complete site plan review because there could very well be physical changes mandated, required on the site based on adding additional traffic. And therefore, we don't need to change our site plan because we're just adding more kids, but we're not changing anything on the property. Well, you might end up in a position where you do have to change something on the property because of these additional students and additional
That
traffic.
was my question, right.
Exactly.
I mean, and just to back up a little bit, when this project came through, none of the board members, were against education in the school at all. We all realize what the charter school does. Our job is to make sure the traffic plan works, traffic studies work, the sidewalks were completed as requested, and that it meets site plan approval. I mean, not to say that, we're not in favor of people, when this project came in years prior to this, it was a condo association. And I was the long holdout on the planning board who voted against it for site plan review and for the special permit, because I had concerns with the condo association. When it came in for the charter school, I voted for it. I thought the traffic would be less. I thought it'd give students a good quality education. And the question would be, show us how the traffic is going to work. You show us that you go through the grades to begin with, and we add the grades as we go along, and it's working. Everybody was in favor. So those are the only questions I have. So we have concerns on new additional traffic, and we don't know how that's going to regulate through and off the site. So those are concerns why I think we should have, like, other boards, type of site plans, and then show what's been done on site to present, and then what you're requesting in the future. So those are my concerns regarding that. The fire department thing, we can straighten this out, but the board members have comments because we got the email today saying he needs a new set of plans, and he indicates how he talked with Mr. Quinlan before, and he also says to date, just on the condition 2, to date, they have not received the Tier 2 submittal documents related to the fire alarm or the fire suppression system for the 3rd and 4th floors of the 4th story of the structure. The status of this condition remains unchanged. The office is still waiting for these submittals. So, if the stuff gets submitted, that's fine. But he says today, in the site visit, this office believes that the GC is attempting to accommodate these requests. We require a new up-to-date set of plans to include full site plan with accessible conditions previously mentioned restored, a narrative describing measurements, road surface, and special accommodations of both the access road and the walkway. That's what we got from the fire department today. And this was dated today's date. So I don't know what the confusion on that is. I don't know.
And Mr. Chairman, there's one more loose end if I could tie up.
Sure, go ahead.
not sure who to ask this question of. One of the residents who attended tonight brought up the point that you state in your narrative that you're providing sidewalk all the way to the Chelmsford line, but in your plan for sidewalk installation, there's a gap before the line. Why is that? Is that because there's already existing sidewalk in front of Millview Estates, and you're going to meet their sidewalk and then they take it to the city line? Is that the 70-foot gap?
No. Basically, on the plan that was indicated, you really can't see it. There's a chunk of sidewalk that's not constructed on the northerly side of Middlesex Street, and we'd identified that section to be constructed, and that would provide continuous sidewalk from here to our proposed crosswalk and then down to Wood Street.
Okay. So, okay. All right, so it was just an error on the graphic or something?
It may be. It may be unclear on the graphic itself, and I think it's important to note that to qualify any of the sidewalk reconstruction and construction is going to be contingent upon staff input.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Fisher, I'm sorry.
Just for clarification, to Judy, on the, because it was somewhat confusing, I think part of the revisions that we had from the memo from DPD was not to have overlapping conditions with the new sidewalk ordinance versus the conditions that we had for the applicant to make payments. The applicant represented that under the sidewalk ordinance, their actually contribution would be more. And I guess I want to make sure that we're not putting ourselves in a position where we have a less favorable situation with the city. So have we done, and I'd like to see, has the engineering department done an analysis of what the cost would be based on what was the original conditions and what they were going to contribute, and what the costs would be based on the new ordinance, and what the cost to the applicant would be? I didn't see anything like that, other than the reference to not wanting to duplicate the condition.
So the applicant has provided the analysis as required by the new ordinance. That has to be reviewed by the city's city engineer and the traffic engineer.
So that hasn't been reviewed yet?
That has not been reviewed by either one of those staff members.
Okay, so that'd be critical for that to happen before we can make a decision as well.
Yeah.
Because, and I had notes, I apologize I didn't address it earlier, but we allude to it, but there's no analysis to support that conclusion.
Right, so we have not reviewed their submittal yet.
Okay.
So we'll determine, based on what they've submitted, whether they do meet the requirement for providing, sufficient sidewalks within 1,000 feet of the property, which, if they do and our engineers agree with it, then it would supersede the condition that was originally in the decision.
Okay, so we wouldn't be in a position to make a decision to supersede that at the moment, because it's...
Right, because we haven't reviewed it.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So,
I'm wondering if there's anyone from the applicant's side who would be interested in addressing that topic that was brought up about the tire marks on the curb on the island. Any idea what's going on there?
So if you take a look at the entrance side on the easterly portion, where there's right now a tip down that is not constructed, there was a piece of granite that was sloped in preparation for that. Granite actually cracked, and due to construction vehicle that was presumably delivering something on site, drove over that island. So that would be the tire mark and the cracked piece of granite.
Okay, so you think that that's an individual episode, and rather than an indication that the turning movement can't be made by cars and buses?
I would make that assumption, yeah. I mean, there's not a plethora of tire marks in that area. It's one piece of granite that's cracked, that's intended to be reset and repaired.
Okay.
Any of the planning board members have any follow-up questions, or what's the request of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I will make a motion that the matter is continued to the, to a future date. I guess I would leave that to the applicant as well. Do you believe you would, and to Judy as well, would the departments have an opportunity to review all of this material and receive new submittals by the August 15th meeting? And I know we have a pretty heavy agenda for August 15th as well.
Yeah, I do think the staff would have time between now and the next planning board meeting to review, yes.
You want to ask the applicant what is concerned? Or do you want us to vote on it tonight?
Yeah,
Mr. Pellegrino, I think.
yeah, Mr. Pellegrino, do you believe that you would be prepared for the August 15th meeting? Okay. All right. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we continue the hearing until the August 15th meeting, and would request that the applicant specifically work with the abutters from the condo association regarding the issues that were brought up this evening, and would ask the applicant to work with staff and administration regarding that pilot program. I think that's something that would be in the applicant's best interest, as well as everyone else, at least to try to come up with some sort of negotiation on that. I think that would be helpful. And that would be a motion, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second the motion, but can we have a little discussion? I'd like some verbiage in there stating that we need a firm site plan signed off by the fire department. And some kind of data, possibly with a visual. The chairman was talking about an internal traffic study and what the increase in the school population, how that would affect that. We could add that.
I would agree with that. I would just, we're not making it conditions to approval, so I would hope the applicant is everything we discussed here this evening, that has to be addressed. So I just, even though we don't put it in this is not a...
It's not yeah.
We're not making conditions
Those are
for
important points.
approval, but those, I guess, stressing important points.
Exactly.
But not to diminish anything else that we discussed here this evening that needs to be addressed.
The traffic, internal traffic in the site plan.
Exactly,
Yeah.
yes, exactly.
Which they have not done. So I'll second the motion with those.
We have a motion made and second to continue to the August 15th meeting. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing none, chair votes yes, the motion carries. The matter will be continued to our next meeting, August 15th. Thank you, everyone.
Right back.
Yep. We're gonna be ready to open the building for case that whoever they hire. So we will have to explore all options for another site. This is great.
It's like they don't expect any traffic. It's like they don't want any traffic, and then the kids are gonna be there.
working on conditions.
You get through there okay? You bet.
I don't see any light. Can you hear it now? All right. We've been sitting over here, and 90% of what's said we have not heard.
It's hard hearing.
Yeah, this one doesn't turn on like ours. We
It's
have a
hard
button
hearing
on it.
Yeah, because we can't hear yours.
Can't hear theirs either.
No, they've been having trouble for a couple of months.
I can barely hear Jerry.
You can hear me because I have a loud voice, but I got a lot of haters. Yeah, you can usually hear Jerry because he has a loud voice.
Yeah.
So then that's where you're facing. People are gonna start. That's what we're afraid of.
Good. Now, have you been in front of them yet?
I came in for just
It is, they'll have to work with me and I will do,
So you have to go in front of them.
try to get people out again for August 15th.
And what is this you're showing? It's just stucco? EFS?
Circulation study, they were asking about that. We can.
Are you the architect? The engineer. And where are you at? Oh, so you travel around. Good move. Scranton, Pennsylvania. What's the song?
This is a bit of a surprise. Unexpected.
The week that precedes it. Thank you so much. Sure. Get out of here.
Absolutely. I think I can actually address that tonight, so.
Ready to move forward? Okay. Okay, moving along on the agenda. Next matter is 780 Rogers Street. Okay, I'll wait. I'm not gonna start until he comes back. Just gonna wait for the extra board member to come back. I got plenty more if you need any. Sometimes I get used to back of some of the stuff we throw away. Okay, moving along, okay. We have a 780 Rogers Street for site plan review. The Lowell Planning Board will hold a public hearing to all interested persons relative to the application by Wilman Schneider, seeking site plan review at the above address. The proposal is to construct a 6,804 square foot NTB tire center. The proposed project is located in the regional retail zoning district and requires site plan review approval under sections 11.4 of the zoning ordinance. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Evening. My name is William Schneider, CEI Engineering, also known as Skip. We came back, we were here about a month ago. We sat down, we had a conversation about the concept plan. We went back to the drawing board with some of those comments and initiated some of those. We were able to eliminate our access off of Rogers Street. We were able to incorporate a bunch of other items based on that review. And so we came back now looking for we're working through the special permit process. And this is our first stop. I guess next week we'll be back in front of zoning, if I'm not mistaken, for the rest of that. What we have is as you've already said, the NTB Tire Center, about 6,800 square foot building, has 8 bays, frontage along Rogers, and it's got side streets of, completely escaped my brain. Oh. Village Street and Rogers Street, I'm sorry. What we've done is gone back, eliminated the Rogers Street access. Let me
Sure. Okay.
Provide some elevations, what the buildings look like. I got some sample boards.
Could you grab a microphone and just, right from the desk right there? You can just grab it right there. Yeah, and just put the green light on.
Oh, all right. Got some sample boards that has some textures, colors, kind of give you an idea of what we've got going on out there, along with the elevations. Got a rendering. We received comments. I'm going to kind of address those as I go through here, and then I'll cover those again. But these are just standard renderings of what a building would look like, just so you can get an idea of the elevations. The actual layout of the building is shown on the site plan with the ADA access, door swings, access points for deliveries, and the grades around the building. Those are actually representative. These are just so everybody can get the grand scope of what this would look like. Door swings would match on the actual architectural drawings of what we have. As I said, 8 bays. It's got a small showroom in the front that is towards Rogers Street. There's not much to it, really. The showroom has some tire displays. That's where the customer would go in, tires, brakes, battery, whatever that looks like, make those orders, look at some samples that are out there on the floor, place their order, and then that's where they can also wait. There's a television in the area, waiting room, that kind of thing. 8 bays for all the different types of material that they have going on there. I think they do some alignments, things like that, as well as the tires, spin, balance, all those things. I think that's it. As I said, we took some of those comments that we received at that concept plan stage. We eliminated our access off of Rogers Street, widened that to add more green space there. Created kind of a dead-end situation for us, so now people have to come down and they'll have to back out into here, but we kind of gave them enough room so they can back in and out of those parking stalls. Gave them a little bit of a wider area there so that they can make that maneuver without causing any congestion. Got a wider landscape berm down through there that will give them an idea that you can't go out that way. We did maintain the 2 access points at the back of the site, truck circulation in and out of the site for everything else. They align with each other so the trucks can get in and out of there, because there was no other way to make that happen with the loss of Rogers Street. We tried to stagger them, but there was just no way to make that truck get in and out of the site without it. Truck makes a weekly delivery of tires and whatnot, the sundry items that they utilize throughout the business day. If they need more tires, if there's a lot more going on, they might have smaller trucks come in, but the big truck only comes once a week. The panel truck sometimes comes in, UPS, FedEx, those kinds of trucks come in for smaller deliveries of materials that they need. We have a dumpster location out back. The dumpster enclosure, we didn't have the detail on that, but it is a CMU. It's a concrete block, essentially, that is painted to match the building. One side of it is for the recycling area, tires, batteries, those kinds of things that go off on the recycling trucks, oil filters. The used oil is used within the building, and then that's taken out from there. That is a covered, locked area. I think it's approximately 21 by 12, 12 foot deep by 21 foot wide. The other side is approximately 12 by 12 for dumpster enclosure. It's got a couple of bollards in there to keep the dumpster from hitting the back wall. That does not have a roof on it, just in case you have to lift that. I think that pretty much describes the site plan. Grading, we have a stormwater basin up at the top. All of our stormwater calculations are included on the E&S plans, which are part of the plan set. But we have a small basin in the back that we have some pretty good perk rates on, so we'll be able to infiltrate a large portion of our stormwater. We have a small, for lack of a better term, a swale, but it's basically just a shallow depression in the back of the store that can provide some water quality for the stormwater that's running along the side here. So we'll pick some of the stormwater up from the parking field and run it behind the building. Then that can, any overflow can go back into that basin. But for the most part, it'll dissipate down through there for the amount of stormwater that's going into it. And all those calculations are on here, have been provided. There's our basic E&S plan for access, perimeter control, interior controls. There's all the stormwater calculations. Put them right here on the plan just so that it's easier to see everything. There's not a huge site, so there's not a lot to report on pre-post and what that stormwater quality looks like, quality and quantity. In the utility plan, we're trying to use the utilities off of the side streets, our connections there as best we can. Obviously, if we can't make that happen, then we'll hit stuff on Rogers, but we're trying not to disturb Rogers at all and trying to stay to the side streets, where most of the utilities are anyway. So far, it seems like that's going to work. Hopefully, as we continue on with the process, as we move into the next steps, that we'll make that happen. And then our details in the back. Let me move back to the other spot. Do you want me to pass these around?
I'm all set with them. If anybody wants to see them, they may, but I'm fine with it. Yeah.
Comments we received from Planning Department. Does everybody have a copy of this?
We don't.
Okay. The number one talks about the existing conditions plan. Our demo plan essentially serves as the existing conditions plan. It shows everything that's out there. We're showing it as if we're demoing it, and that's not the case. We'd be taking this property over from the property owner cleared, a flat site essentially, a flat clean site. So our demo plan is more of a direction so that we know what was out there, what we had out there, so that if something comes up, we knew where it was at that point in time. We're not actually providing that demolition as part of our GC's contract. It's not in their scope. Next one, talking about that tire enclosure, we're back to that with, it's 21 by 12, it is roofed, it's a painted CMU, it is locked, and as far as storage goes, it depends upon if there's sales, if there's a big push to have something done, whether or not there's a lot of material in there. They have a once-a-week recycling program where they just automatically come, empty out whatever's in there. If things are picking up, then they'll call in and say, hey, we need somebody else to come in and pick some other stuff up. So it's not it doesn't stockpile, it doesn't build up outside the building or outside the dumpster enclosure, which is why they have it as 21 by 12 in order to accommodate the tires that they've pretty much settled into what they need for most markets. Parking, number 4, 16 spaces are required. There are 24 spaces out there. They typically like to have more than the 24 for an 8-bay. We could probably cram more on there, but in consideration for the 16 that the municipality is actually asking for, we talked them down from their number and kind of came up from your number and hit that 24. Hopefully we can work with that number. And with stormwater, I'm guessing there's predominantly what drives that quality, quantity. And I think we can control that on site. Well, actually, I know we can. We've proved that numerically, and just based on general scope, when you look at it, you can see that there's a lot of green space on this particular site. Talks about the abutting residential structures. We're in a non-residential zoning district, however, there are residential structures there. We understand that. We provided a fence at the back of the property, as well as some landscaping. And we didn't actually provide a landscape plan with this. We had a landscape architect here locally that was going to work with us to sign and seal our landscape plans. That didn't work out. She asked if we could find somebody else, and so we agreed to that. We did have a landscape plan that we were going to provide, but I didn't provide it unsigned and unsealed. But we do have that we can definitely share while we look for, we don't have an in-house Massachusetts landscape architect at the precise moment. We looked at comedy and all that stuff in order to get one, but I think we're going to look for somebody local who can help us out with providing something like this that'll provide the screening and the streetscape that is being asked for. Kind of matches up with what McDonald's has, which is what was originally presented to us, kind of a corridor gateway area. And like I said, it's not provided in that plan set that you have in front of you. I just brought this along as an exhibit of what we have, but we didn't submit it because I couldn't get it signed and sealed in time for submittal. But we do. And there's a detail sheet that goes with that. There's a fire comment. I'm not sure I completely understand that one about regarding the use of the building structure in the rear of the property on the proposed plans. Is that the dumpster enclosure that?
Yeah, I think that's what he is.
Is that what we're referencing? Okay, all right. Water utility, we understand that, about demoing anything that's there, basically leaving the mains and whatever stubs are there that we're going to reuse, taps, and we'll definitely work through that. And then the solid waste recycling doesn't talk about the dumpster corral, which I addressed with the walls and the fence and the gate and that kind of thing. Talks about a third compartment being added for single stream and cardboard. I think we could accommodate that. This particular business doesn't generate a lot of single stream, doesn't generate a lot of cardboard. Obviously, we could throw a third one in there. We might actually be able to utilize a portion of the recycling area that we already have, because, like I said, they don't generate a lot of cardboard garbage or a lot of single stream plastics, those kinds of things, from this site. They do have a recycling truck that comes in, like I said, once a week that pulls all their stuff out of there. I'm not sure how the single stream stuff would work for the municipality. I'm guessing it's the municipality that picks this stuff up, or that we hire somebody locally to pick this up. Is that?
You hire. Municipality doesn't pick up commercial sites.
Okay, all right. So I'm not sure how to address that one just yet, whether we need a third compartment or whether we can talk through, if we can get some numbers from them to kind of give an idea of how much is actually generated, because then we'd have to expand another concrete wall out there, whether it's under roof or not, I'm not sure. So we can definitely open to suggestions on this. Traffic, there was approved with no comments. And the site plan, yeah, that was having to do with the doors. Like I said, on our site plan, we actually have the building footprint from the architect that is representative of the building that would go on this site. The rest of them that we have for elevations are just generic for a typical building, so that you could see what that would look like. Colors, size, scope, scale, all that stuff would be the same.
So this is correct, what's on the site plan?
Yes, it is, absolutely. So those were the comments that we received from planning, and we can accommodate all of those. I mean, obviously, there's probably some discussion on some of those. I think we talked in the past about, the appropriateness of it in the neighborhood, traffic, pedestrian circulation, the ADA access, which is right in front of the building, landscaping. I think that pretty much covers the majority of the things that we had discussed at our last meeting. Like I said, we tried to incorporate all of that as we could. Do you have any questions?
I have no questions at this time, but I'll turn it over to see if the public has any comments, then we can come back to you if need be, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody here this evening want to speak in regards to this project? 780 Roger Street? Anybody on 780 Roger Street? Roger Street? Okay, hearing none. I'll turn it over to the board whether they have any comments.
I have one.
Sure, Mr. Lockhart?
On the same memorandum that you're referring to, William, item number 3, referring to the outdoor used inventory storage. is your intent to store batteries there? And if so, I mean, what is this going to look like? With batteries, there's going to be a safety issue there, and I'd be concerned about how you're going to handle that.
I don't have the actual details for the inside of that, but what typically happens is there's a rack within the gated enclosure. The enclosure is lockable, and it has a roof over it, so that it is inaccessible from the outside, except by employees. They usually have a rack in there that they can place some of those kinds of items on until the recycling facility, the recycling folks can get there and pull those out. Tires, I think they typically just rest.
Yeah, that's different. It's the batteries I'm concerned about, and I think you need to run that by the fire department specifically.
Yes, sir.
And we would require some kind of documentation saying that they have accepted what you've given them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lockhart. Any other board members?
Although it hasn't been submitted because it's not, apparently hasn't been stamped yet, I think it might be useful for us to take a look at that landscape plan, just perhaps as a conceptual plan at this point.
Sure.
So.
Sure.
The effective visual screening you're proposing to provide to the abutting residential properties, is that the 6-foot fence?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Just on the conceptual level, the most important thing to me in terms of your landscape plan here is the trees. And the most important thing about the trees is that as they grow and as their branches reach out and develop a canopy, that it covers paved surface as much, locate them to cover as much paved surface as possible. And so it looks like you've kind of got the street trees located sort of towards, a little pulled back from the sidewalk, if keeping those at a 4-foot, 5-foot setback from the sidewalk will maximize the amount that they're covering paved surface. The other thing is that it looks from here that you've got lots of street trees along the 2 side streets and none along Rogers Street. We'd like to see shade trees over the sidewalk over Rogers Street, too. That's actually the most visible portion of it.
If I remember correctly, I think we have overhead lines there.
Oh.
I think that was why the Rogers Street had.
I see. Okay. Well, as close as you can pull up those trees along the side, as much as you can pull up, the better. Those are my observations. Otherwise, in terms of the building, this seems as fine a tire warehouse as has ever been proposed in Lowell. It's, seems on that end of the project, well done. Yeah, the language here in the memo makes it sound like that third compartment for the recycling is something that the city is pretty adamant about. Is that something that we should be expecting for all commercial projects these days?
Possibly, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle. Anything else? Mr. Fischett, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify on item 1 from that memo, so DPD was questioning whether, clarify how many residential units and/or accessory structures will need to be demolished for this project. You're receiving the site completely,
Except for, my understanding is there's 5 lots. We have the front 4. There's a 5th lot in the back that has a single residential structure on it. I don't know what's going to happen with that residential structure. That's what we're providing screening for, just in case that property stays a residential use in this district. The front 4 will be cleared. There is 1 residential structure that I understand is on that front.
will your client be owning that, or is that not?
The 5th lot? I don't believe so, no. That's being retained by the owner.
The owner.
And what they're doing with that lot, I'm not exactly sure.
Okay.
But the front 4 lots are ours.
So is it, this is a follow-up, so do you have a house there, then you have that Holy Ghost Park area there that's right behind it?
Correct.
So is it a house between that for buffer then, sir?
Correct.
I remember you mentioned that last time, and I forgot whether the house was in between.
Went back and looked at the purchase agreement again, and it does actually exclude that 5th lot. So there is that lot in between us and Holy Ghost.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to bring it up.
And that's being retained by the property owner who owns all 5 of those lots along both those streets, both those street frontages.
And again, I would agree that I think many times we get a building such as this, and we have to spend a lot of time trying to tweak it. But I think it fits in very well for that area and what you're proposing. I would obviously, and I think you would recognize that we would expect the landscaping plan to be worked out with DPD for a final plan for approval, and taking into account the whole idea of the idea of matching and you didn't mention the McDonald's, but part of that is having some street trees on Rogers Street. So however that can be, and I understand there may be some restriction with overhead wires, but there are some species that you can plant that would not grow as high, but still provide some shade in a, shall we say, a more palatable streetscape.
Understood.
And then the storage, I agree with Mr. Lockhart, that was a very good point, is to get the fire department to review that. I think that would be reasonable. And that, I think based on what you said, and I think I would just probably want to add in there that, that storage, that all storage will be contained within that outdoor used inventory storage shed. So not to spill over. My understanding is there's a regular schedule in which you would come and pick that up, so that all storage would stay within that container. Is that correct? So I just want to make sure we ensure that. And then I think you did clarify with Judy on the direction in which the door swings. You said the site plan is what's correct and not the, because we've had bad experiences with floor plans and architectural plans that don't match. And on the construction site, that creates a little bit of a problem, because the contractor's following the floor plan, and we have a beautiful architectural rendering that doesn't match the finished look. Yeah, it's not good when you find yourself in that situation. So other than that, I'm fine with that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Snetsky, any questions or comments? Okay. Bob, any questions, comments, Mr. Malovich?
My only concern is the landscaping and screening of the abutting houses. I think it's well done.
Yeah, I don't have any more concerns. I think with the comments we got from staff, the comments that were touched on other board members, cover, I think, just about everything. Judy, do you have any follow-up comments besides what we received, or any comments as a result of what's been stated tonight? No?
No, I think we covered everything. The dumpster was mentioned at our project team meeting. The fire department should review the enclosure. They just want to make sure that it doesn't require sprinklers, and it wasn't clear to them how much was going to be stored in there. So they would definitely want to review that.
All right, thank you.
Did I miss it? Did we get any comments from the engineering department?
I don't think we did get a review from Lisa on this. So it would be subject to her review for stormwater.
Okay, what's the request of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the site plan with the following conditions, that the storage shall remain contained within the outdoor used inventory storage location, that the applicant will provide a recycling bin satisfactory to the city requirement as appropriate, subject to fire department review of the use of the storage area, the final landscaping plan for the applicant to work with DPD to finalize the landscaping plan for final approval, subject to the review, satisfactory review of the city's engineering department. And I believe that was the conditions that we had discussed, Mr. Chairman.
I'll second the motion.
Motion's made in second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes yes. Any opposition? Hearing no, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you for your time.
Do you have any
Appreciate it.
questions at all about what the conditions are?
Well,
If
they're
you
pretty
do, we
clear,
can try.
pretty straightforward stuff.
Yeah, so, thank you, sir. Good luck.
Yeah.
I hope you hire 50 people.
All we get from government.
You're right. I got right back.
Correct. Big problem. Yeah, the town tire up the street by Walmart. They're okay with the design kind of thing.
There's that one on Chelmsford Street.
Yeah, they're old school design. Yeah.
Okay, moving along with the agenda, the next matter is 15 West 3rd Street for a site plan and special permit. The Lowell Planning Board will hold a public hearing to hear all interested persons relative to an application by Digmar Development Corporation for a special permit and site plan approval for the proposed construction of a 24/2-bedroom units consisting of a garden-style apartment on the first level and 16 townhouse-style units occupying the second and third levels. The applicant is seeking site plan review under section 11.4 and special permit under 12.1E of the City of Lowell zoning ordinance. May we hear from the applicant, please?
Mr. Chairman, before we begin testimony, just to, for the record, I will be recusing myself on this matter.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay. Go ahead, please, sir. Yeah.
Peter Marlowe, 258 West Manchester Street, Lowell, Mass., President of Degmar Development Corporation. The project I have in front of you this evening is at 15 West 3rd Street. It consists of 24,000 square feet of land that we currently have under a purchase and sale agreement with the East End Club. The existing conditions of the lot, it's a completely paved lot at this time, and it consists of about 70 parking spaces, 65 to 70 parking spaces. The building that we're proposing is 136 feet long. It is 62 feet deep, and the parking is on grade level. So it's raised up. In the renderings that I've supplied with you, and the one that's on display is along the 3rd Street, the West 3rd Street sidewalk. We intend to raise put a retaining wall in that is about 4.5 feet tall with a fence on top. And then we'll do extensive landscaping. The building goes 13 feet back from that retaining wall, and we would do extensive landscaping along that area. We have a total, it requires 48 parking spaces, and we have a total of 49. There's 2 handicap spaces, and 24 of the parking spaces is under the current structure. Will be underneath the new structure. As the chairman pointed out, the first floor, or the main level, is all garden-style 2-bedroom apartments. Then when you go up to the second level, you enter into the 16 townhouse styles. Everything is built into 16-foot cubicles, and the townhouses, that requires, you can actually go 3 stories without an elevator, but it made it, in this case, I only have to climb 2 sets of stairs, and you're already in your townhouse unit, so that worked out pretty well. The building, the height of the building is running around 42 feet to 44 feet, and that's because we added a pitched roof on the very front of the building rather than doing a flat roof. We thought it would add some character to the building. We've also incorporated 8 of the units have private decks off the front. It's been some of the requests before, so I thought this project worked good for it because it was sort of a private deck. 8 of the units do have that on the front of the building. Those will sort of be a premium. These are market rate apartments in the area. David, my partner, is here. Dennis, my foreman, is here. And if we were to put an ad in the newspaper or an ad on Craigslist for an apartment in Lowell today, there are none. We would get 30 calls in half an hour, Dave? Yeah, we'd get it just doesn't stop. There aren't that many apartments around. The project is being partially funded through Mass Development and through Washington Savings Bank locally. I have met with all the abutters. I have met with the CNAG, the Neighborhood Association. They're here tonight. They're in favor. We went over everything. We met with all the neighbors, anybody that had concern, and actually most of them are here tonight. And unless otherwise, when they get up to speak, they've been in favor of the project that I know of. And in fact, should I give you the letter from?
Sure, whatever you have is fine with us, sir. Thank you, sir. No problem, I'll pass it through.
We are, we're very active in the rental market. We maintain the building that the new Lowell Police Precinct is in. A lot of you know that, and the buildings. And we're on site every day. Dennis goes by every single day to make sure things are picked up. We keep the flower boxes looking good. You know, if they have some kind of a birthday party on the 3rd Street portion, we're there. We're cleaning up constantly to make sure it's weeded and kept up. 3rd Street's a good example because that was very close to the street. That was only 10 feet off the sidewalk, and it's well landscaped. We worked with planning and development. We put in trees. I haven't done a full landscape plan because usually that's part of the permit process when we sit down. I met with Lisa DeMayo in the engineering department. I don't know if she's responded to some of the things. But on the plot plan, well, maybe I should just go down list by list
Sure,
on
that'd be fine.
what the comments are. Is that all right?
That'd be fine, Mr. Mailer.
So they met, they talked about their meeting here, but it was number 1. But on the preliminary site plan dated July, it shows 1 curb cut onto West 3rd Street. And we purposely did 1 only because I didn't think the city would want us going onto Forest View. But they thought, so what their theory was, maybe we should put a gate there and be able to have fire access with the fire department to be able to get all the way around the building. So that's a great consideration. We have no problem with that at all. I wanted to do it from the beginning, but I actually thought it would get shut down, so I didn't do it because Forest View is very narrow. It's only about 15 feet wide. Okay. Let's see. So I have no problem, having an access there. It is not clear, number 3, it is not clear if the preliminary site plan revision 7.5, if the parking is beneath the structure, is it completely below grade, partially below grade, or at grade? It is at grade. So the building, the foundation is 8 feet out of the ground. It does have frost walls, but it's 8 feet out of the ground. It's raised. And that's the reason for the retaining wall in the front of the building, so we can cut that grade down and then landscape. The board may want to inquire about the site security measures for the garage entrance and the units in the parking area. Our buildings are totally, have video cameras and recording all the way around, especially in an underground garage and on the exterior. We've solved quite a few issues over at the police station for them because we have that all videotaped. And we handle that in-house. There are no elevators in the proposed structure. The board may want to wish the clarification if any of the units are handicapped. At this time, none of the units are handicap units. The code calls for if there's anything on the ground level, and we don't have the ground level. Federal funds require 5%, 5% of the units be put apart for handicap, and we don't have any federal money involved with this project. It's all private. The rear elevation does not show an exit door. The board may wish the applicant to explain this reasoning. This exit would lead directly to the surface. It does have an exit door that goes into the garage, but we've actually thought it over, and we're going to have an exit door, a commercial door going into the garage, but also a commercial door going to the back parking lot. So there will be a door added to that plan. The applicant proposes to relocate a 5-foot-high poured concrete retaining wall to the northeast portion of the lot. The board may wish to clarification on the function of the existing wall and the level of difficulty that would result in the relocation. It's actually only 5 feet high, and I've met with the abutters, and we went over exactly what it was going to affect, and it only affected really a half a parking spot. When they put the wall up, everybody was trying to be a good neighbor, and they just really, the wall is really not anywhere near the lot line, so we're just moving that one corner over just to get our 2 additional parking spaces. It won't, it's an easy fix for us. It's not that big of a deal. We have to cut the existing wall, take it down, and then just move it back. The board may wish to explore with the applicant his decision to construct an apartment building with 24 units. This would be the largest apartment building in the immediate area. It is a large apartment building. Apartments are really needed. Boston's on fire, and it's just pushing out to the suburbs and the other cities around. We meet every single zone in the zoning code. We meet every single requirement in the zoning as it is. So that's what we went for 20, basically in economic reasons, it's the 24 units. The preliminary site plan does not include a measurement from the northeast corner of the proposed structure to the corner of the proposed retaining wall. The board may wish to require the applicant to provide this information. It's 30 feet. We have 30 feet to that corner. So it's very easy to turn that corner and access the back. The applicant states in the narrative that there would be no effect whatsoever on the traffic flow. The board may wish to require the applicant to provide evidence to substantiate this claim when the traffic counts. That's fairly easy. In the heyday of the East End Club, that parking lot was full all the time. And it came in from both West 4th Street and West 3rd Street. So that was 70 cars. And on a weekend, they would have the Jack and Jills, and they would have the different parties or political parties. That was usually filled right up. So there was a lot of traffic there. We're going from a 70-car parking lot. They don't have that anymore. Obviously, the members are getting older and they're falling off, so their membership isn't as high as it used to be. So they really don't need this amount of space anymore. But in the heyday, that would be a filled parking lot. This is going to be 48 cars. And in our experience from the other buildings we own in the area, most of the people that are moving into Centerville, some of them are working locally, they do take the bus. So we're finding that most of them only have one car. And that's basically what we have there. So I don't really see it as being a heavy traffic area, especially once that Bridge Street, the Cox Bridge area is finished. That's going to solve a lot of traffic problems that are in that area to begin with. So to me, that's not that bad of an issue. The applicant does not propose any trees or plantings. West 3rd Street is predominantly residential. Therefore, the board may want to require the applicant to work with development services staff to produce a final landscape plan. I did, in your package, it's hard to see, but I do have a semi-landscape plan on the 13 feet directly in front of the building. I have trees there. I have shrubbery blocking the high part of the foundation. I'm always willing to cover the foundation, but I like to put some shrubbery in there, and we do maintain it, and we keep it up, but we can put some trees in that don't grow too fast, tend to stay small. One of the areas that Lisa mentioned was my snow storage area over to the right. She felt it was a little bit small, and she mentioned pulling those 4 parking spots forward, and we could actually, the snow area can be a green area. We don't have it as that right now, but it can be a green grassed area. This zoning doesn't require any open space requirement. But we could make that a green area, and I would be willing to put trees along the lot line on that side, on the easterly side. You wouldn't want to put them right in the green area because that's going to be your snow storage, even though we do truck snow out when we have to, if you get a storm like we had 2 years ago. The other suggestion that Lisa came up with is where I have the dumpster located on the plan. She preferred it to be towards the back, next to the retaining wall. We have no issue with that whatsoever. Might actually work out better for us. And one of the other comments was Gunther suggested the dumpster should be screened, which we know. The dumpster shouldn't not be visible from the street. We just can't fit a dumpster and not be visible from the street. It'll have a gate in front of it, but it will have to be visible. And then Gunther made a comment that the 10 by 10 pad isn't large enough, so he suggested, one trash dumpster and then a recycle. We have an active recycling program across the street on the corner of Bridge and 3rd, and Dennis takes care of it every single week. We use the carts over there. And then the final was the traffic and fire. The applicant did not supply enough information. We did meet with the water department, and the water department said there's a 20-inch line on Bridge Street, and there's a 6-inch line coming down West Third, so there's plenty to take care of the building, fire safety, and domestic water. I think that's it. I'm open for questions.
So I know you're here for site plan, but you need a special permit? Is what the application says as well?
Yeah, we need a special permit.
And,
Yeah.
and what's
I believe it's anything over 7 units requires a special permit.
Is that what it is, Judy? Is that what, because I left my book at home, I know it says.
Yeah, anything over 7.
12.1E, so that's why they need a special permit? Okay.
I do meet everything in the zone, completely, yeah.
Now, I know you've been in that neighborhood for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
And when I was up there looking at this site, when I went between West Third and West Fourth, that little small street in between there.
Yeah, Forest View, yep,
I said, I've been down here before.
yeah.
I said,
You took your dates there years ago?
no.
No?
I went there for another site plan review.
Yep.
Do you remember when that came in years ago?
No, Mark Breer, the president of the East End Clay, he's more familiar with that. Yes, you did do a site plan review to some condominiums, and I
Right.
think Anne Marie is familiar with it,
Yeah.
but they weren't happy with it because they were doing like the one next door where they push everything to the back of the lot, have all the parking in the
Yeah.
front, and it puts the windows like right up against the house. And I don't like it that way. You know, one thing about the code that they do in Lowell is you can put a building, as long as the other houses are in line, you don't have to do the code. You can pull the building forward to be in line with the rest of the structures, which makes for a much better look. You know, when I start to do these designs, I ride to Cambridge. Cambridge is so much, a little more money down there, but it's very similar to what we have in Lowell. Lot size, street size. So when I get down there, I start to take pictures of some of these tall buildings. They're 4-story buildings, and they look great, and they all have parking under. So that's where I sort of get my inspiration from.
Yeah, because that's why I said, I know I've walked this site
Yeah.
before. I said,
Yeah.
there's something that came before.
Yeah, it didn't
and
get
I couldn't remember
approved.
how long ago it was.
Yeah, it didn't get approved. The neighborhood association wasn't happy with it. Yep.
I'm gonna say, I've seen this, not this plan before,
Yeah.
but this site. And what's the other site now that they're tearing down a building right there on Bridge Street?
That's where the fire was.
Chris is here, his building. They've torn it down, but they're still involved with.
Was there a fire there, I think? Is that what happened?
Yeah.
There was
Yeah.
a little restaurant in there.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
There was a fire.
Chris could answer more of that, and his son Peter.
All right. So I was saying, when I saw this, I said, it's triggering something.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Anybody else, do you have, on behalf of the applicant who wants to speak before I turn it over to anybody else in the public? Does anybody with you want to speak as well, or?
No, I think I've said everything. I think anybody in favor or against it,
Okay.
unless you people have any other questions
No,
for me.
well, first I'll see if anybody from the public wants to speak before it comes back to us, okay?
Right.
Anybody else, anybody here this evening want to speak in regards to this project?
Is this microphone working? I have laryngitis, so I shall try to yell the best I can. Judy. My name is Anne Marie Page. I sit on the executive board of the Centerville Neighborhood Action Group, and I am the current president of the Lowell Citywide Neighborhood Council. This project on West 3rd Street, when somebody first mentioned it, it sort of sent chills up the back of our neck because we've sort of done this before with another developer. Didn't go quite as well. The properties were kissing close. We get enough kissing close in Centerville now. So we met with Mr. Marlowe. We called him up and had a sit down, take a look at it. This is a big piece of property. It's been for sale for quite a few years. So Mr. Marlowe met with the executive board of CNAG, showed us all the details, answered all our questions, and we had many, many questions. And of course, the most important question you have in Centerville is, where do I park the car? Do I park it on the roof, or where do I put it? So Mr. Marlowe knew we were going to ask that question, and he figured out where we were going to park the cars. So that solved the biggest problem, because that's the only phone call I received. Where are they going to park the cars? Not on the roof. I said, you'll be okay. Mr. Marlowe does have adequate parking, which he has shown you, Better than that, he knows this area. He also will have a decent space between his property and his neighbor's property. He is neighborhood friendly. Mr. Marlowe will also have more green space than is necessary for a size of this project. He has excessive landscaping and has it on other properties. His property on 3rd Street, what was there before was, you don't want to know. Right now, it looks like a 4-family townhouse, shrubs, and the best part is there's no litter. Litter has become a horrible disease in Lowell lately, but not on Mr. Marlowe's property. There's no litter at the police precinct. There's no litter over by his other buildings. There's no litter next to that 4-family. He makes sure somebody has it cleaned up. That's what we call a good neighbor. We realize this is a very big piece of property. We know it's a very busy neighborhood, and only heaven knows what could land on something that big in that area. So we feel safe that Mr. Marlowe, since all the projects he has done for us in Centerville, has maintained every one of them. As I said before, he's neighborhood friendly. He has also told you there'll be a small fence put in front of that building, so when children run and play on the sidewalk, they don't run up onto the lawn or the shrubs and do damage. So, looking at the other projects he has taken on and how well they are maintained, including to a simple thing as plants and flower boxes out in front of the policing precinct. We do have a wish list for Mr. Marlowe, so when he finishes with these, we got a few other kiss of death items we'd like him to get a hold of. So we are hoping you will support him since he is one of our very good neighborhood-friendly developers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello again, Sandy McNamara, President of Centerville Community Coalition. And when you follow Anne Marie Page, you really have nothing left to say, but it is going to be a gorgeous project. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else want to speak? Yes, sure. Bring them all up. Look.
Dennis Deegan, 51 Homestead Road, Lowell. Like to speak in favor of it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, good evening. Peter and Christianopoulos, the gentleman over there. And since 1980, we've had property 380 to 394 Bridge Street. And there's 3 aspects why we would be in favor of the project. Number 1 would be Peter Marlowe's pride in work. You could just see it if you speak to him. He just has a lot of passion for what he does. Second would be that he's a good neighbor. And an example of that would be a few of the abutters had questions about the project for obvious reasons. And I called Peter and I said, listen, would you be willing to come and have a meeting? And he was very, very kind, very conscientious. He came, he met, spent several hours with the abutters who had questions, and just showed that he does care about the neighborhood and about his future neighbors. And then thirdly, what's important to those of us, such as Mrs. Page and those of us that own property in the area, is the fact that they are not absentee owners. Peter Marlowe's partners, the Deegan brothers, are on the property every single day. And so we can also feel good about that. So those are just the reasons why we would be in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
Yeah, hi, my name's Dave Kilbride. I own a building at 430 Bridge Street. I'm one of the abutters. I just want to say that Peter Marlowe, I think, has done more for Centerville in getting rid of the old and getting with the new and changing the aesthetics of Centerville in general. We've had CVS and the aluminum place and all these new buildings, but we're finally going to get some new residential. And I think it's a big plus for the neighborhood. I really do. I wish more projects like that will go on, and they'll start changing the landscape a little. But he does do a good property, he does maintain them. That's all I got to say.
Thank you,
I'm all
sir.
for it.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Good evening. I'm sure everybody's tired by now, ready to leave. My name's Carl Fryatt. I'm the owner of 418 Bridge Street. I'm probably the only one that's really affected by the cutting of the wall. I own most of the land that goes behind the three buildings. And it's true, when East End Club put up the wall, just through the nature of they weren't using, we acquired, or we are using a certain portion of that land, probably 2 or 3 feet in most of the way, except there was a little building there. That's where that corner is. Okay, so we've maintained that land ourselves the whole time, the last 20 years, both paving it, both plowing it, taking care of the grass section, and trying to be a good neighbor to everybody. And we worked well with the East End Club. I have no problem with what Mr. Marlowe was doing. I wish that corner had to be taken, but he explained to me that it had to be because you need 2 parking slots for each unit. So in essence, basically, they will cut down the wall there. He has said that he will maintain a 5-foot buffer, so I really don't have a problem with what they're doing. The part about traffic, I'm not sure I totally agree with what he said in respect to, I do realize years ago that the East End Club had parties. They all were parking in my lot as well. But I'm going to tell you, we still have a parking issue on Bridge Street. You probably know it. I left there today at 2 o'clock, and I couldn't get out into Bridge Street. I had to go through the back. I've been there different times coming down Bridge Street from Market Basket. It takes 20 minutes to get down to the corner. So it's definitely a problem. And whether or not you have 70 cars back there or you have 40 cars back there, it's going to add to that, unless you can figure a way around that. Because I definitely think traffic will be affected by this. That's my personal opinion. But as far as him doing the project, as far as his willingness to communicate with us, he's done a very good job in that area. So that's really it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else want to speak? Anybody else? No? Nobody else? Okay, this time I'll turn it over to any of the board comments. Mr. Ball, can I start with you?
Yes, you may, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Marlowe, we're all familiar with your work, with your recent work in Centerville, and I'm pleased that you're developing this piece of property. I wish you'd come in at the conceptual stage. The size of the building, the size of the lot. Are you familiar with the project down by Lowe's that we just approved? Very large residential building, 240 units?
Oh, you mean the one by Lowell High School?
No, down by Lowe's.
No, I'm not.
By the connector. Okay, very large building, I think 6 stories high, 240 units. It's much bigger than your project, right? I mean, not just a little bit bigger. It's a lot bigger. It's 10 times the number of units that are in your project. You've got 24, they've got 240. So, we're not just talking about this is big and then this is bigger. We're talking about this is big and then this is huge and way bigger. Your project with the 24 units, that is that same 10 times the number of the units in a 2 or 3 family. It's that same level of not just bigger than, but huge compared to what's down there. Same thing with your lot size, and it's same thing with your frontage. It's, this is, something in the neighborhood is going to have to be the biggest building. But that doesn't mean that the biggest building has to be 10 times the size. I think I'm fundamentally, I think the idea of a large, multi, not just a 3, not just a 4, but a large multifamily building to the back of the commercial properties on Bridge Street is an appropriate thing to do in the UMU district. This is the Urban Mixed Use District. It's appropriate to have that kind of density of residential development in a UMU district. That's what we want. We originally zoned this property, UMU, with the thought of promoting mixed-use development. Like what's facing on Bridge Street is commercial properties, and some of them have, up above, there are either offices or there are residential units. And the thought was maybe somebody combines a couple of those, maybe somebody even builds a whole block and takes it back and builds a very large mixed-use building. But that's not the only way to do mixed use. If you've got commercial properties fronting on Bridge Street, and then in the back, you've got a residential development that's still at that same type of density as what's on Bridge Street, that would be an entirely appropriate way to mix the uses as well. But I keep using this word mix, and the reason for that is because this zone is supposed to encourage a mix of multiple different uses, many different buildings, different sizes. It's, the theory behind our mixed-use districts is that having a lot of different things going on in a small area, a mix, is a positive thing. Adding a bunch of residential units to this site would be a positive thing in that sense. But at the same time, taking what is by far the largest piece of property in this residential area, I'm comparing it to the residential area it's going to be across the street from, across Forest View, across what it abuts, and across West 3rd. I wish that this property had been further subdivided so that there was a mix of different types of residential uses on it. And and that the buildings that were built were, okay, bigger than the apartment buildings across 3rd Street, but not on an entirely other scale of existence. The idea here, what I was talking about before, of having a big residential use behind the commercial uses on Bridge Street. So, the idea of commercial here along Bridge Street and residential behind it. But this building isn't actually being pushed up against the backs of the buildings on Bridge Street. It's pushed into the corner in the residential neighborhood on the corner of Forest View and West 3rd. It's not so much going to exist as a part of the Bridge Street stuff. It's going to exist as a residential building in the residential neighborhood.
And I appreciate that, and I understand it, but it's the configuration of the lot, because the lots to the right are all smaller lots that were added onto this. This was a conglomerate of a bunch of lots.
Yep.
And I understand mixed use because that's what we did on Bridge Street, in South Street, in Lowell, and I totally understand the mixed use. But if I did a mixed use down in that area, those would they would never get filled.
Yeah, you're talking about commercial.
Yeah, commercial.
Yeah, I'm not talking about commercial. I am on board with the idea of this property being developed as residential. I'm on board with it being developed at the density that's allowed under UMU. It's the size and location of the building being so very much different, not just a little different, not just bigger, but so very much bigger than all of the other residential properties around it. Had you considered any alternative ways to develop the site other than one big building? Or is this just what you went in with the idea of? one
No,
big
I did some different conceptual drawings. The problem we got into when we started to go higher instead of covering square footage, but then we get into the elevators, and then we were lacking. We needed the parking under the building is what we needed. So that's what started us. We figured if we could get half the parking under the building, that would, and I mean, parking under a building is great. You know, when you go into Drake, you go into Chelmsford, you get a parking under a building. People love that. The parking under this building will have an emergency door for fire on the far end, but it'll be an open gate on the other end that the people will press a keypad and the gate will open. That just adds so much security to an area. And we're just trying to we're trying to build this area up. It's an area I grew up in. I love being there. Dennis still lives there, you know?
See, and I think that comes through. I think it's pretty clear that this wasn't, thoughtlessly done, corner-cutting type of vision. Yeah, I can see that you're putting thought and effort and care into it. But your building's 136 feet long along the street with one door, okay? One front door. Think about consistency with the rest of the residential neighborhood in there. They don't have one front door every 136 feet. They probably have a front door every 20, 25 feet if you think about the two families across the street and things like that. There's no buildings that have run 136 feet along the front. I wish that this property had been further subdivided so that there were some smaller residential buildings that were over towards the Forest View side of the lot, maybe even buildings that fronted on Forest View, which would then give you the possibility of a common drive running up the back, getting your access to the parking from the back, and then having a big building of this type of a very large number of a number of units up over a dozen on the other side over towards the Bridge Street side.
We played with a number of different things, and when you do the economics of it, it just doesn't work, you know? There's, I tried putting in like twin buildings and working it out. We just couldn't come up with what would work.
Another consideration is that what makes this project so exciting is that building this parking lot involved really ripping out a chunk of Centerville and really disturbing the established neighborhood character. For example, Forest View Ave itself, one of the real assets in Centerville is these little single-family courts that have these small-sized single-family houses. I really believe that they played a crucial role in allowing Centerville to pull through during the tough times by by having a solid backbone of long-term residents and owner occupants in the city, in the neighborhood, even in the densest part of the neighborhood, because there is owner occupancy ties.
But you do realize none of those are owner occupied anymore.
Yes, I realize that.
And my building is basically going to be run by the owners.
Yep.
Yeah, we're on site. I'm not saying, Dennis is going to live there, but he's up the street, a half a mile.
Yep.
He's going to be on site. This size building, we'll probably have an on-site manager. We have people vacuuming vacuuming every day. And just to get to your point about the entrance door in the front, it's a beautiful walkway coming up. It's all grassed in. You come in the front entrance, there's a vestibule, there's a covered entrance, there's a vestibule. You walk in, there's a nice foyer in the middle, and then you just walk down. So there's very shallow. You walk down, there's 4 apartments right in this area, there's 4 there. Then when you go up 1 flight of stairs, you go into 16-foot cubes of townhouses, which is a standard small apartment. Townhouses, they're great if they're 18 feet or 20 feet wide. But these are being marketed as rental units, not as condominiums. I'm not building them to sell them as condominiums. I'm building to make them marketable, market-rate apartments. The university's not going to stop expanding. It's just going to keep expanding. And there is no apartments around in this city right now.
Yep. Like I said, the idea of building a largish, of adding a considerable number of smallish rental units, I'm on board. I think that's a good idea. But the point I was going at with my earlier comment was really about the structure of how historic Centerville was built. I operate from the presumption that matching the established character of Lowell's historic neighborhoods benefits them. It reflects positively upon the existing building stock that when somebody builds in that same style, and at the same time, it benefits the new buildings as well, because it gives it sends the message that the way this neighborhood is, the way this neighborhood was built is good. It's something worth continuing to do. And the point I was making about this lot, this very large 24,000 square feet, which is an enormous amount of land in this part of Centerville, is that when this was turned into a parking lot, it really ripped out a lot of established historic character in that city. They took Forest View Ave, and where it was once a complete little court, now it's just half a court, and the bottom half is gone. Where there were houses lined along the street that matched, like across the street, which matched the established character, those were pulled out too. And what makes this such a potential asset, your project here, for the city, is the possibility of knitting back together and replacing something that was ripped out. And
you realize
what you're doing isn't really replacing, and it isn't matching what's around it. And I think that a different design that sort of steps from Bridge Street to Forest View, and especially on the Forest View Ave, it contains some buildings that are roughly at the same scale as the established neighborhood, would be more desirable for.
Well, getting to scale, the buildings directly across the street, there's 4 of them.
Yes.
Those are 36 feet in height from the grade to the point.
Yep.
Because they were the old-fashioned 10-foot ceilings, 9 10-foot ceilings. They're 3 stories with a walk-up attic.
Whereas yours is 40 plus also sitting atop a retaining.
Yeah, so I'm running around 44 feet. Now, I can eliminate and bring that down if the board wishes it, but then we're going to go to a flat roof, which is what a lot of the less desirable buildings on Bridge Street look like, that have the flat roofs. But by adding this is a very small roof. It's actually a flat roof, and then I added a U-shaped gable on top of this, a hip roof on top of it, just to add some character. The other thing is this building's going to be very similar to the one where the police station is, the corner. It's going to have crown moldings. It's going to have frieze boards. It's going to have fascia boards. It's going to have water tables on the bottom. I don't just slap something together.
I know that, Mr. Marlowe.
I need to do it right because it feeds me.
And
I get a lot of referrals.
And I think you've developed a certain reputation on this board that you do produce a quality product.
Yep.
But see, the issue I'm bringing up here isn't if somebody in a neighborhood were to park a Mack truck with trailer in their driveway. It wouldn't really be a matter of whether it's a really nice Mack truck and there was really nice detailing done on the outside and whether it's got a nice paint job or anything.
It would still be a
The issue
Mack
would be
truck.
it's a Mack truck and everybody else has a car.
But you know
You're
that
proposing a
condominium-
Mack truck.
That condominium project to the left, that didn't do anything for the neighborhood.
No.
And that was approved years ago.
Yes.
And it's horrible looking.
Oh, yeah, the blue.
Okay? So all I can do is I can start to make it better. Now, where I can start to make it better, Anne Marie would like me to buy the corner and keep going up the street. I'm excited that they're going to spend money to redevelop all of Bridge Street. It's great,
Yeah.
you know, but it's a project. It seems to be to me, what works for this area. It's, West Third Street needs some help.
You know, discussing
And if I
the
make one
height.
thing better, it might make the
Oh,
next one better,
absolutely.
and it might, it's what happens.
Just discussing the height issue where you end up 10 feet taller than the buildings across the street.
About, yes, probably 6.
You know, if, let's say it was 10. If you were proposing a building or buildings that were 10 feet taller than the building across the street and twice as wide as each of them, you know, that would be bigger. But something's got to be the biggest in the neighborhood. Or if you were proposing a building that was the same height or slightly lower than those buildings across the street, but it was 130 feet of townhouses with front doors on about the same scale as the doors and the facades on those buildings. Again, bigger, but not completely out of scale, so it doesn't fit. But what you're proposing is both that much taller and that much wider and that much, well, actually, the deeper part doesn't really count, so those buildings across the street go way back. But it's not, you know, by making it much bigger in every dimension, you end up with, you know, a Mack truck instead of just, you know, a Cadillac that's bigger than everybody's Honda.
And I could make an entrance into each one of the garden styles, a separate entrance on the first floor. But the problem is, I could make a separate entrance into the garden, into each garden unit. The problem is you're going to start to lose your green area. I'm trying to get some green area in there. Again, I get down to Cambridge, I look at what they do. When you come up the stairs, there's going to be a nice walkway, and then you'll actually have grass, you'll have small trees, you'll have shrubs blocking the foundation. I'm very aware of foundations. The board has asked me before, try not to go over 3 feet out of the ground so that, you know, it doesn't take away from the structure. I'm very aware of that. We always do, even if it's we spray the foundation black and put a nice lattice there. You know, do anything to make it look good. So I'm not done. I'm sure I'm going to sit down with planning and development. I have to go through, you know, their review is what we can come up with, and this is just the beginning of what I'll do. I'll put a lot of detail into it. It'll look good.
I believe,
Yep.
I have faith in you that you intend to put a lot of detail into it and make this the very best 136-foot wide,
Yep.
40-foot high building on West 3rd Street that it could possibly be. But I'm going back earlier than that. I have a problem with not how nice a Mack truck you want to park there, but the fact that it's a Mack truck in a Honda neighborhood.
Yeah.
I think it would detract from what's around there. And, you know, that's not an excuse that I'm saying because I don't like the idea of multiple smallish residential rental units, and I'm trying to get that to go away. I'm fine with that. But if it could be broken up more, if the land could be broken up more and the building could be, you know, broken up into, you know, for example, you've got 150 feet of frontage on Forest View Ave. If that was divided into, for example, 2 single-family lots that front on Forest View, and then a larger lot on the corner, which was 2 to 4 or something, and then had a common drive in back, and then the rest of your lot, by the way, I happened to sketch this out, it leaves you with 14,000 square feet.
Yeah, but who's
And then
gonna-
the rest of your lot,
How are you going to market single-family homes down in that area for, again, they get back to...
either as rentals or as starter homes.
It's just the economics isn't there. Not for what the land is...
Then if it's not single-family homes, then perhaps
You
a
couldn't
more
even do-
townhouse-style
Yeah.
thing with 3, 4, 5 units fronting on Forest View, and then a second building, a larger building that's over on the Bridge Street side.
Yeah.
Just something so it isn't one big, because one big building that maxes, it's one big building maxing out the development potential of a lot which is much, much larger than everything else in the residential area around it. I don't like the one big building idea.
Geez, and I gave you the front porches.
And you gave me the front, and and I appreciate that.
I don't forget anything.
That's not, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate that you're trying to.
But you know what I did? They're
and I appreciate you got me with the green
private decks
space and
where
the
they
tree.
can't sit out and have their buddies there, open up. They're 5 by 8,
And I appreciate that you're trying to sell me on the green space in front, maybe even with street trees there.
Yeah.
While you
No,
can't
I
have
do.
anything
It
that'll
looks
just-
nice if it's got some, again, I go back to Cambridge. This is what they're doing down there. The space is so limited. But boy, do we need apartments. We do in the city.
Yes, we do need apartments, but we do need apartments. We do need more housing, and that is a very important and relevant consideration for us to take into account here. I count that as a positive, absolutely a positive. But it's not the only consideration we need to take into account. We also need to take into account, we hammer it over and over and over again in our planning documents and in our zoning. You even brought up, we've been flexible in allowing people to violate front yard setbacks if they're being consistent with the block. There's a reason we value consistency with the established neighborhood building typology.
Yep.
And that's because doing something that's severely out of scale and character with what's there is destructive to a historic urban area.
Yep.
If there was something on the Forest View side and on the corner there that was roughly in scale with the historic buildings in the rest of the neighborhood, I would be perfectly fine with the rest of the lot, up towards the Bridge Street side being completely maxed out the way that you're.
But you realize,
So-
again, the zoning, we went through all the zoning, the book, very carefully. There's not even a height restriction.
Nope.
So I could go up 6 stories there. That would be out of character with the building, with the neighborhood.
It would be further out of character,
Yeah.
yes.
So,
Well, the other thing that's in our zoning, though, is that buildings over 7 units, even if they meet all of the size requirements and everything, are still special permit and not by right.
oh no,
So that
I totally
presumes
understand that.
That a
Yep.
building of 8 or more units
Yep.
on this location could be the wrong building.
And that's because, the reason that was put in is because of all these townhouses and things that were built in where the garages all faced the street and they were put in sideways. This is a much nicer looking project than what's been done throughout the city in the past. This isn't shoving something in, 12 units deep on a lot that's, 60 feet wide or 80 feet wide. It's still going to be a very attractive building to the neighborhood. And again, hopefully, if you keep it looking good, it affects the next building.
Yeah.
I came back in 1973. I was driving a 10-speed through Faneuil Hall, which was nothing but pigeons. And I look at it today, and it amazes me when I get down there to see what has happened. And the same thing happens to a neighborhood. It just keeps getting better. South Boston, Dorchester, the whole thing. This is what happens. Somebody has to start off and do something great so that it catches fire. Not literally, but
Well, all right.
you already had that
That was a
problem.
wrong term.
Yeah, see the aluminum.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
And again, the cost for construction today for a building like this, for the land cost, along with sprinklers, security, it's just, you can't put 12 units on a piece of land like this on what the cost is. It just won't happen. It's
Yep.
just
Yep.
not feasible. And I understand your point. I do.
Yeah, Yes, certainly. But what I'm proposing here isn't to take your 24-unit building and reduce it down to a 12-unit building with 12 of the same types of apartments.
Believe me, we did a lot of work on this and really tried to, every angle, 2 buildings, 1 building. It's the shape of the lot. If you look at the way the lot is shaped, all the land tends to be towards the Forest View side. The other side is all little cubicles. And I'm trying my best not to work against the neighbors that are already there that have the retaining wall. And that's why I met with the neighbors and worked with them, the abutters, to be able, I could move the whole wall all the way around. You could see the shape of it. I'm only moving one corner, basically for that parking and the dumpster.
Well, look, what I found is that if you were to subdivide so that there was a lot that extended 70 feet from Forest View,
Yep.
that would still leave you, to develop.
Have you been down Forest View?
Yeah, I walked all the way up, one down.
It's so narrow. I don't even know if it's 15 feet.
Yes, yes.
It
and
shouldn't even be a
But this is but this is the great opportunity. If you had, say, a building or buildings that had front doors off of Forest View, that very pedestrian oriented entrances like that, you could also bang a common drive up the back, not have any cars at all coming in off of Forest View, get them all off of that. That common drive would also give you access to behind your big building. If you were to split 70 feet off from Forest View over, that would still leave you with a 14,000 square foot parcel.
Right, but it would
A
get us,
14,000 square foot parcel, 14 units.
it would bring us back to the project before me that was denied. Because it would get me too close, as Anne Marie, that's what they didn't like. That building on Forest View was right up against the houses. And even though those houses are 3 feet apart or 4 feet apart, the neighborhood association doesn't want the building right up against the other houses. And that's why it failed last time around. They wanted away from those houses in the back, and that's why the parking's along the back side. I mean, I can make the building go closer than the 13 feet, but I'm trying to give it that green area with the wall. And that'll keep the kids off from running, and it'll give us a green area with planting on the top, where they could sit out and do things, you know?
I just think doing it all as one big building is inconsistent with the rest of with the residential area around it. There's no well, except for CVS. You know, if we're talking about the historic, the buildings that actually contribute to the architectural character in Centerville, in that area, there's nothing that's on 24,000 square feet. There's nothing that's 24 units all in one building, all being serviced by one entrance.
No, I want to be the first.
Yes.
If you look, it's a good layout, it's a good flow, and it keeps people away from each other. It gives them their own entrance and everything, but there is the one front entrance, and then there's the back entrance coming in from the garage area.
Yeah, I think there's a fundamental conceptual problem with doing this all as one big building. That's my input. I don't know how the rest of the board feels.
You wanna go next?
Yeah.
You done, Joe? Okay, all right. Mr. Lockhart, any questions, concerns?
Yeah, I have a couple of comments. I think it's a good project for the neighborhood.
Pardon me?
I think it's a good project for the neighborhood. I've lived up on Christian Hill for many years. I go by your property every day, and I can attest to the fact that Mr. Marlowe's developments are of good quality. They're always clean, and this particular project would be an asset to the neighborhood. However, having lived there as long as I have, I do understand that there are traffic issues.
Yep.
And there are parking issues, and there have been for years. I just want to read on this memo from Christine McCall dated July 14th. Item number 10, it says, the applicant states in the narrative that there would be no effect whatsoever on traffic flow. The board may wish to require the applicant to provide evidence to substantiate this claim with traffic counts of the area. And then on the next page, under traffic engineer and fire, item 1, it says the applicant did not supply enough information for a formal review. I think it's appropriate that you work with the city traffic engineer.
I have no problem with that at all.
It would be to your benefit, and it could put some numbers to this. He could help you with emergency access through Forest View. It would make a better project. He might be able to squeeze a couple of more spaces out of there too. I know you got one over than the requirement, but maybe they can do better than that. I would require you to work with him.
Yeah. One of the things that
And put something really
one of the
solid
things that
together.
Carl mentioned is that the traffic, it's tough on Bridge Street. And David, what did you point out, that the lights? The cycles aren't in sync, is what he's
never
saying
have,
right
yeah.
now, because they're
Right.
still working on it.
Right.
And that's what's creating the real backup down there.
Right.
Yeah. It's a mess, because the lights
I
aren't
know,
working
yeah.
properly. So I think once they get that construction done and the cycles are in place, I don't think it's going to be as bad. Now remember, when I say, you know, the traffic, it's not going to create any, I'm going back to when there used to be a lot of traffic, when the club was open,
Yeah, right.
and that parking lot was full. I remember going by there, and that parking lot, they were in the streets and everything. And that's why they bought the land. But those days are gone. And they don't need that amount of parking anymore. So, you know, when you have all that cars coming in and out, most of the people, again, we're renting in that area, we're finding that they barely have one car. Some of them don't have any cars because they're using public transportation. I don't believe, we don't fill the other parking lot where the police station is right now and the townhouses. That's never full. They try to fill it when it snows because everybody starts to move in. But, you know, we'll accommodate a few. But I don't believe you'll ever see this parking lot full.
No, I just want to add, you know, I drove by there to look on a Sunday afternoon, and there were a lot of cars in that area.
Yep.
So, again, the traffic, what's going to happen to the people that are parking there now?
Yeah.
Where are they going to go? So you really need to pay attention to that, and I
Yep.
think the traffic engineer
Well,
is
we
your
ran into
best
that.
resource.
Yeah, we ran into that on 3rd Street, and that was a city parking space.
Yeah,
And then we
I
built that,
remember.
and it has worked itself out,
Yeah.
and we're aware of it.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Snetsky, any questions, comment?
Not at this moment.
Okay. Bob, any questions, comments?
Not really. I like the project. I don't really have a problem with the density. I think it'd be a shot in the arm for that neighborhood.
Yeah, it would be, definitely.
The only question I have is, I don't know, I mean, usually we get the comments from traffic engineer and fire, and they all say there's not enough information for the formal review. Judy, you know why that was stated? I mean, usually, you know, those are critical departments that give
Yeah.
us comments. And without having that feedback, it's a little tough.
I would say probably the reason is that the plan it's more of a concept plan than a detailed site plan. I mean, from my perspective, even though I know Christine reviewed the project, it doesn't give me a sense as to what is actually going to be built. The entire lot is not on the plan. I don't understand how the retaining wall, or what part of the retaining wall is going to be taken down, and how that's going to work. I mean, being out there, I saw the retaining wall, and if that comes down, then the land is going to be either regraded, or I don't understand how you can take a retaining wall down and not have something in its place. And this is the first I've heard of a retaining wall around the building itself. That's not on the plan. So it's a preliminary plan. It just doesn't have enough detail.
Yeah.
Because usually, I mean, those comments, I mean, especially the fire department, when we're looking at a unit that big, we like to have some input. You know,
And I think that is their issue, is that there's just not enough information here. There's not an existing conditions plan, there's not a landscape plan. The site plan is missing a lot of detail.
Yeah. I agree with that.
can you furnish some of that more additional information, or?
Yeah, I couldn't, they asked me this, and I couldn't get it because Pat Flaherty was on vacation
Yeah.
for 2 weeks.
I mean,
I did submit an existing conditions,
Okay.
but it's not stamped.
okay.
And I submitted a plan showing the retaining wall. It's not the whole retaining wall, it's only one small section
Yeah.
in order to get basically the dumpster in that area, which Lisa wanted, or or 2 more parking spaces, you know.
Yeah, because obviously we want to see what the fire department has to say, their input is important. Usually, in engineering, whatever other additional information put on the plan would be very helpful, because those comments, especially
Never saying that.
they come to the safety issue, with the fire, like how they're getting in there, how they access it. And usually, they're not the ones who's looking for more additional on the plans. It's usually, I understand, more engineering part, to be honest with you.
Yep.
Engineering is, as most lawyers come in and say, let the engineers figure it out.
Yeah.
Because you can always add it to the site, and then the engineer can approve it. So, obviously, I think that that additional information on the plan that could give us the benefit of the review by those three departments would be helpful. To me, you set your case on why you want to keep one building. I understand that. I don't have a problem with it either way, whether it's two or one. I know it's basically because of the size of the lot. And that's why I said at the beginning of the hearing, I remember walking that other site before, and I said, and I'm trying to think, does anybody remember how long ago that was, that other site that came through? You said there was somebody here from,
How long ago was that other
Mark would
building?
remember.
Mark,
Mark would know.
how long ago?
oh,
10
plus,
years.
yeah.
That long.
I was gonna say,
Long
had to be at
time.
least 10 years, yeah.
But just getting back, the retaining wall's always been on this,
Yeah.
and it's on my plot plan
Yeah.
too. I want to just bring it up 4 or 5 feet,
Mm-hmm.
just to, just to grade that. And that's why I gave, a rendering showing that particularly,
I agree with the concept of the idea. Whether we could have more information so those three departments could sign, give us their comments, I think
gotta have
that would definitely be favorable for us, I know you do good work, and I've told that to you before in the past, and I anticipate that's to be the same. When you came in most recently, I was in favor of your project. You explained some of the questions we had, like you did thoroughly this evening. I get that. I know you're a good neighbor. I know it's going to look out well, which makes me feel a lot better. If I just had more information from these other departments to sign off on, or give us a question on that, then that would help satisfy us. But without the traffic, fire, and engineer, it'd be helpful if we had just some more information. But conceptually, I don't have a problem with what you're trying to do.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, what happened was, on the plans, yeah. Yep, I get that. No, what happened was, on our comments here, it says that the fire department, the engineer department, and the traffic department didn't have enough information on the plan to give us any recommendations. And when they come in, we always get comments from those three.
Right.
And
They're very important.
I understand what you're saying about, it looks good, we like it, I get that. And we're in favor of stuff like that. We just want to make sure that if they have any safety issues, and we know Mr. Marlowe would address them for us, because he always has, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's going to improve the area
Oh,
tremendously.
yeah.
Oh, sure.
Traffic flow.
Hopefully.
That's.
All those people are sitting there every day, they're hoping the same thing too,
Yeah.
that's
But
that's
yeah, so if we can get that additional information, I think that would, because without it, it's kind of limits us a little bit, you know what I'm saying?
Is it possible to vote on it with those conditions, or do you want me to come back in front of you?
I would say it's better if all three of them saw the plan ahead of time, you know what I mean?
Say that again?
I would say
Well,
it's
I
better
think you
if
need to
all
come
three of those departments saw the plan ahead of time.
Yep.
Because we get to the point is, if it was one issue like conditional upon the fire department signing off on a gate or something like that, then.
Be one.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that, When it comes to the three of them, I'd rather just have them see it than give us a comment, a lot of times we do it conditionally, as you well know.
Yep.
But if it's subject to one or two conditions, but without three departments, and, it's hard for us to speculate what they might be requesting at this time, so.
In order to, I can't read people's minds.
I get you.
And I'm being honest with you.
Yeah, I know.
Is it possible to work with their department so we can move this along to go to the next meeting? In other words,
Yeah.
somebody's got to tell me what they're looking for.
Yeah.
We can only guess. We
Yeah.
put this down and,
Okay.
and
I think Judy could help you with that a lot, right, Judy, what they want on the
Yeah.
plan?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
usually she meets with all these department heads.
Yep.
Or she could speak with them directly and then
Yep.
say to you, this is what we
Because
need.
I did meet with Lisa. I know what Lisa's looking for.
Okay,
At
yeah,
Lisa
because see, we
DeMayo.
didn't get a comment from her. She said
No,
it
we
was
didn't
just
get anything
insufficient,
from
yeah.
her.
Yeah, I did a preliminary with her. I did
Okay.
meet with her.
So you're halfway there then,
Yeah,
how was your concern with her?
And I again, Pat was on vacation,
Yep,
so
I
I
got
couldn't
you.
get the changes. I redlined them here.
Okay, yep,
you
I
know,
understand.
So I'm aware.
Yeah.
And they're simple ones,
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
really.
I mean, but sometimes if they just put that on the additional plan, that might be enough.
Yeah.
You know, especially with there's three of those departments, that, like I said, that, you know, those are big safety issues. I mean, fire and engineering, you know, and traffic. Traffic, I'm not concerned more about the traffic on Bridge Street, because we all know that basically from living in
Yep.
the city. It's more about traffic flow on the site.
On the site.
You know,
Yep.
like getting in, getting out, and stuff like that. And I think
Yep.
that's something that, as I indicated earlier by, I think it was Mr. Lockhart, that Nick can work with you on that, you know, and if he sees more, yeah,
There's
this is
some
okay, you
numbers.
know, in and out and all that
Yep.
stuff, you know, whether you're coming in,
All right.
you know, like, is it easier to come in West Third, West Fourth, or something of that nature? And,
All right.
You know, so I don't know how much time you'd need for that, but I think those department comments would be very helpful.
Oh, I'll get going on it,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
So can I then extend till your next meeting?
If you like, you know, we get a lot of other stuff on the next meeting, but if you get done for next
Don't I
meeting.
don't I go to the front?
I don't know, that's the part of the charter school and
Not up
everybody
to
else
us,
is before you
it's
tonight sitting. I don't know. And I don't want to keep you late again like this, so it's up to you if you want to come back in August or our first meeting in September, whatever you're more comfortable with.
No, I'll go to August. I can have it ready.
All right.
I'll make sure.
Okay, any comments on the board, or?
I'll make a motion to continue the hearing until the August 15th meeting.
Okay,
I'll second.
motion's made and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so if you have any questions with that, just speak with Judy, and hopefully you should, yeah, and ask what you need further in the plan, submit those plans, state their comments, and hopefully we'll be all set. I wish you well, thank you, sir.
I'll be busy in August.
10 years ago, over 10 years ago,
Yeah, geez, good project.
because they were too close to, I mean, good project. I don't have any friends on that street.
Problem I have is
All right, we
the
go.
neighborhood was developed before the automobile. And,
That's what we've got.
huh?
All our neighborhoods were developed before the automobile. That's what we've got. That's what we match.
Yeah, but why do we people
Oh,
can't
boy.
see that unless it's a pedestrian city, people can't live and have an automobile. Lowell Central.
Yeah, we develop buildings on 6,000 square foot lots that people have a couple parking spaces on all the time. We develop townhouses that people.
Yeah, but, you know, there's this forest view.
This is like taking blocks full of little lots
Okay.
and combining them to build one big urban renewal.
Well, I'm not so sure.
It's just that it's been done 40 years apart, the demolition of all the houses on the little lots and the construction of the tower.
The reason those are all rental housing now is because no one wants to live there
Okay.
in terms of ownership. No one wants to own those little houses.
Oh, no, but, I mean, so, yeah, but it doesn't depend on the,
So it's gonna be a rental neighborhood.
yeah. Rental neighborhoods can be 2 families or 4 families, that would be 24 families.
Well, I'm not, I think that the lot is bigger than for it. And it's behind Bridge Street, so it's really not.
So moving along on the agenda, do we have any further comments from planning board members?
I have an update from the
Okay.
Historic Board.
Mr. Lockhart, sure.
Our administrator, Steve Stoll, is working very closely with the Lapoli Group on the Thorndike Factory Outlet Building. It's actually working, we have some great resources the public generally doesn't know about. They're cleaning masonry over there, they're power cleaning it. And there's certain solvents that should be used and others that shouldn't be used to protect the brick. And Steve is working very closely with them to make sure it gets done properly. And that the brick looks, you know, like it should. Our next meeting is August 8th, and I believe they're coming back here August 15th for full hearing.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I
Anything, any other board members?
Mr. Chairman, there was just one brief item. It's about the comments we get from the fire department. they're always very good about looking at sites and fire access, getting their equipment in and everything like that, and that's the commentary we received from them. You know, but it started to occur to me, we've been getting these big projects, the dorm, many units in a single building. There was the dorm downtown, there was the Lowe's Way property, and now there's this that I'd count on it too, 24 units, that's kind of a lot. Not as big as the other ones, but that's kind of a lot. And I think that I would be pleased if the fire department were to actually, if we could get some feedback from them on buildings, fire escape, is there a sufficient number of doors, distance from units to doors, things like that. Would it be safer to add an additional exit on this and that sort of thing? I would certainly welcome that sort of assistance and guidance from the fire department too. And if Judy, if you could just pass on that word, I'd be pleased. I think it would be very helpful on these larger projects, because I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking on that, and I'd really like to hear from somebody who does know.
Well, the fire department reviews it for fire access, for sprinklers,